We'll call to order the December 11th, 2013 meeting of the Planning Commission of the Town of Los Gatos. We would ask that everyone stand and join Commissioner John Bourgeois in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we have a roll call, Mr. Wilson, so we can be sure that we have everyone in attendance.
Commissioner Sayoc?
Here.
Commissioner O'Donnell? Here. Commissioner Talasfor?
Here.
Commissioner Bourgeois?
Here.
Commissioner Birch?
Here.
Vice Chair Smith?
Here.
Chair Erickson.
Here. The Town of Los Gatos, and in particular the Planning Commission, strongly encourages the participation of the public in the deliberations of the Planning Commission, and strongly encourages your participation both this evening and as we move through all the deliberations of the council. Yeah, I'm going to swap with you for just a minute. Let's see whether... We'll give it a whirl second time. So we strongly encourage the participation of all members of the public. There are 3 ways that members of the public can participate in the deliberations of the Planning Commission. First is if you provide written comments on items that are on the agenda so they can be incorporated in the packet that's distributed to the commission. At the meetings of the commission, including this evening, there are 2 opportunities for members of the public to address the commission. First is on any agendized item during the public portion of the public hearing. The second is when we get to the called verbal communications part of the agenda, where members of the public can address us on any item that is not on the agenda. Address the commission in either of those cases, we'd ask that you fill out a speaker's card, which is on the back of the benches out in the audience, and give it to the staff, either to our right or to our left, so they can provide it to us so we can call you at the appropriate moment as we move through the agenda. There were minutes from the November 13th commission meeting that were distributed in the packets to the commission. And do we have additions, corrections to the minutes, or a motion for adoption? Commissioner Sayak.
I'll move to adopt the minutes.
Motion by Commissioner Sayak to adopt the minutes. Commissioner Talasford.
And I'll second that.
Second that motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. The minutes are adopted as distributed. We have written communications, desk items for items number 3 and number 5 on the agenda tonight. Before we get to item number 3, we'll be sure that everyone has had a chance to review those desk items if you haven't already. There are no requested continuances on the agenda for this evening's meeting. The members of the Planning Commission, in addition to serving on the Planning Commission, serve on several committees of the town, and one of those is the Historic Preservation Committee, and Kendra Birch is our commissioner, who's one of the 2 commissioners who serves on the Historic Preservation Committee, is going to report on the last 2 meetings of the Historic Preservation Committee.
Thank you, Chair Erickson. Yes, the Historic Preservation Committee met on December 4th. Okay, his isn't working, and I don't think you can hear me. There were 2 items on the agenda for December 4th. Item 1 was 51 Ellenwood Avenue, where they were requesting to add onto a historic home, add a second story. The commission discussed it thoroughly with the homeowner and requested that they come back with some revisions to that. This second item was 207 Los Gatos Boulevard. The homeowner and the architect were requesting to add a patio, covered patio, to the existing home. The committee made comments and suggestions, then approved the item. Today, there was a special meeting to allow 51 Ellenwood to come back. The architect and the homeowner came back with some multiple revisions and options for the home. The committee reviewed all of them, went thoroughly through the various changes with the architect, finally recommending approval for one of the options that the architect had submitted. We also had an item that came in, 212 Bean Avenue. It's a revision to a front porch, which the Historic Preservation Committee has seen more than once. Oh. Okay, I'll try that again. It really wasn't that bad of an item. It was simply a porch, and with the revisions that we suggested, we approved it and moved it on, and I'll stop talking then.
Any questions for Commissioner Birch? Not. Thank you very much. We would now move to the item on the agenda, which is verbal communications, which is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the commission on an item, on any issue that is not agendized as an item. We have one speaker card for that, John Shepherdson.
We had another meeting tonight? CDAC?
Oh, about that. Hold on, John, a second. Yeah, we had a CDAC meeting this afternoon that I was actually at. I'll let Commissioner Talasfor report on the CDAC meeting for us.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so wait a minute, let me get my notes on that. 1 second. Okay, so we had now you can hear me, right? All right. We had a meeting today at 105 Newell Avenue and about 105 Newell Avenue, which is the Elks Lodge, which is located on the southwest corner of the intersection of Winchester and Newell, and it's near the intersection of Lark Avenue. The developer came forward requesting review of the plans for demolition of this existing commercial building and a planned development rezoning to allow construction of either a 5-lot single-family subdivision or 11 residential condominium units. And the committee commented on, well, they had two possible development alternatives for the committee to comment on. And the one was, so the committee did give input on the number of units, the building design, and the lot layouts, and the setbacks, and probably we're looking, although I can't say that the committee favored one development over another, they did say to pay attention to the number of units in both plans so as not to create more traffic in that already impacted area. And that, I think, was it. Did we have anything else that you wanted to add, Charles? Okay.
Are there questions for other members, from other members of the commission about the CDAC meeting this afternoon? If not, now we will move to the verbal communications portion of the agenda and invite any member of the public to address the commission on any item which is not on the agenda. John Shepherdson first.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Is big money developers taking over the town? Just before Thanksgiving, we received a mailer, residents in the town, from a group calling itself We Support Los Gatos. The fine print said major funding was by the Los Gatos Business Park LLC. Who is the LG Business Park LLC? They are the developers of Albright. That is the Carlyle Group and Peter Powell and Sandhill Properties. The Carlyle Group is a $170 billion company. Their website states, the Carlyle Group website states their mission is to generate superior investment returns, and their service is to act in the best interests of the investors. They sought to break the law and our general plan. The law required an environmental impact report, and they did not get one. They sought 85-foot tall buildings and 550,000 square feet and 160 residential units. Citizens fought back and won. The court ordered an EIR, which stated the environmentally superior alternative was 350,000 square feet. The developers submitted a misleading feasibility report. It did not include in it the $63 million Netflix lease, and it indicated that they needed to make at least 7% return, but at the 485,000 square foot approval, that equates to 6.85% ROI. So they're still going ahead with the development. Then the developer, they are now going to ballot. They've hired signature gatherers who scared people into thinking Netflix is leaving. Save Netflix. Netflix had to go so far as to issue a press statement that it was not leaving Los Gatos. Just yesterday, members of the town council distanced themselves from the mailer. The mailer says that the initiative was submitted by Los Gatos residents, as led by Los Gatos residents Leslie Logan, who's here tonight, and Philip Albanese. Mr. Albanese's company is doing demolition work at Albright. So there's the money connection. Ms. Logan, are you being paid by the developers? I think this is a fair question since you've taken such a public position on this and you've rallied the parents in the community to this, to know that I think it's fair for the community to know if you are being compensated by the developer. And I would ask that you answer that question tonight. I'll go so far as to say I have not been paid a dime by the Citizens Group. I've donated hundreds of hours of my time and my own money. The mailer states that a small group of opponents filed these suits to stall and kill the project. That could not be further from the truth. We are for this development, $350,000. Netflix only needs 242,750 square feet. The $350,000 under the EIR will take care of Netflix. So we don't need to go beyond that. What the additional 135,000 square feet is to simply enhance the profits of the developer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. Are there other members of the public who would like to address the commission on items which are not on the agenda? Seeing no one, will move forward with the agenda. It's my privilege this evening to recognize Commissioner John Bourgeois, who will complete his term of service on the Planning Commission with this evening's meeting. Commissioner Bourgeois served on the commission for almost a decade, having been appointed to 2 4-year terms and having filled out a vacancy on the commission. During that decade of service to the citizens of the town of Los Gatos on the Planning Commission, he's chaired the commission. He's also served on the General Plan Committee during the development of the 2020 General Plan and on the North 40 Specific Plan Advisory Committee as those guidelines were also being developed. He chaired the General Plan Committee very ably during the development of the General Plan housing element and the affordable housing overlay zone regulations, and he carefully guided the process to an outcome that balanced the legal obligations of the town with the implications and concerns for residents of the town. John has regularly demonstrated an exceptional understanding of the regulations and guidelines that govern land use planning in the town of Los Gatos, and has regularly provided keen insight into the interpretation and application of those regulations and guidelines in a wide variety of situations. His sharp, inquisitive manner has always been characterized by a respect for all parties and an openness and a sensitivity which has encouraged the participation of the public, the citizens of the town of Los Gatos. It's been a privilege to have served on the Planning Commission with John, for myself, and for the other members of the Planning Commission that are here tonight, and those that have served with you in the earlier years when you were on. So we would like to thank you as Planning Commissioners for serving with us, but more importantly, to thank you on behalf of the citizens of the town of Los Gatos for your almost decade of service on the Planning Commission. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you, Charles. I'll call you Charles. That was very nice. I know we have a very long agenda, but after 8.5 years, I hope you'll indulge me just with a couple thank yous very quickly. First of all, I'd like to thank the town council members who on 3 separate occasions appointed me to this body. I'd like to thank the staff, and I'd particularly like to call out Joel, Suzanne, Sandy, Arlene, Irwin, and Ori, who's no longer on staff, who were all of particular guidance at difficult times for me on the commission, and especially early in my tenure. I would like to mention the General Plan Committee. I had the privilege of chairing that for the last 2 or 3 years under some very difficult times, and we did a lot of very hard work over the past couple years. With the 2020 General Plan update, Affordable Housing Overlay Zone, and the North 40 Specific Plan, so some very challenging. So that is a great group of people, and I would like to thank them personally. But most importantly, I'd like to really thank my fellow colleagues on the Planning Commission. This is, for those of you that don't know, everyone who's up here is a volunteer. So we do this out of our love for this community. And I feel good leaving this body because of the people that are up here. And so I know it's in good hands. So thank you all very much. I'd like to special tip of my cap to Joanne and Tom, who have the only two that are serving longer than me. They were on the commission years before I came on, and a tip of the hat to your longevity, because this is very hard work and it's very thankless work, and I like to thank all of you very much. So thanks.
Now, back to the business of the Planning Commission. There are two items on the consent calendar this evening. Agenda item number 1, which is the proposed 2014 meeting schedule for the Planning Commission, and agenda item number 2, conditional use permit application U13019, which is requesting approval to install one 24-inch microwave dish on an existing wireless telecommunication facility on Winchester Boulevard. Is there a commissioner who wishes to remove one of the items from the consent calendar? Or there is a member of the public who would like to remove either of the items from the consent calendar? Seeing none, the chair would invite a motion to adopt the consent calendar. Commissioner Smith.
Yes, I'll move to accept the consent calendar regarding both the Planning Commission 2014 meeting schedule and conditional use permit application U13019.
Commissioner Birch.
I'll second that motion.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'd just like to state for the record, for obvious reasons, I'll be abstaining from item number 1, the schedule for next year.
Ask the staff a question. Do we need to split the motion on the consent calendar?
You don't.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is a public hearing, is a continued public hearing from an item that was continued from the October 9th, 2013 meeting of the Commission. That's considering architectural site application S-13-049, which is requesting approval to demolish a pre-1941 single-family residence and to construct a new single-family residence at 134 Loma Alta Avenue on property which is zoned R18. May I have a show of hands from the commissioners who have visited the property under consideration? Are there any disclosures by a commissioner for this item? Seeing none, Ms. Savage, may we have a brief staff report?
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. The item was reviewed on the October 9th meeting, as you mentioned, and the Planning Commission gave specific direction to the applicant, especially to address the neighbors' concerns in the redesign. The applicant changed the plans and redesigned the project, including increasing the setbacks of the second story from the first story and also reducing the height of the structure by 2 feet and 1 inch. The applicant also addressed the Planning Commission's direction to ensure that the redesign complies with the residential design guidelines and also fits in with the neighborhood. In the redesign, the applicant changed the architectural style from the previously proposed Spanish style to a craftsman style, and this was done to accommodate the setbacks that he did increase on the second story from the first. The increased second story setbacks are more compatible with the craftsman style design. The applicant also provided a shadow study showing a 1-story, a 2-story that was previously proposed, and then also the new redesigned 2-story. The shadow study also includes the shadow impacts of the existing fence on the neighbor to the right. The applicant finally did also meet with the neighbors as well. And this concludes staff presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. Are there questions for the staff at this time? Seeing none, we will now open the public portion of the public hearing, give the applicant an opportunity to address the commission for up to 5 minutes. I believe Donald Prolo is going to address the commission. We'd ask that you tell us your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Donald Prolo, and I'm the owner of 134 Loma Alta. The last time I was here, the commission and some neighbors had concerns about the design of my house. Since that meeting, Chris Spalding, my architect, and I have greatly redesigned the house to address those concerns. Here is the original proposed house. It was a 2,334 square foot Spanish colonial revival style house which did not have any setbacks on the second floor. Here is the redesigned house. The house is now Craftsman style, has been reduced in size and height, and set back on the second floor in the front along the sides. As Larry Cannon, the town's consulting architect, writes in his letter, the proposed house is modest in scale and well designed. The Craftsman style with a large front porch and second floor setback will reinforce the first floor feel of the front facade and relate well in scale to the adjacent one-story homes. The house, as proposed, should fit comfortably into the neighborhood and relate to both the one-story and the larger two-story homes in the neighborhood. Here is an aerial view of my property. You can see that the Evendens house with the red roof at the top, note that it is 4 feet from my property line and it covers most of their lot and has a larger FAR value than my proposed house. The Logan's house is to the right of my property, and it too covers a significant portion of their lot, including the outbuilding along my property line and the garage in the back. This is the Evans house from my yard. Here's the Logan's house and Lowe's house up above the Logan's house from my backyard. This house up here is the Lowe's house, and the Logan's is down below. This is a view of Steve Piasecki's house from my yard, which is located across the alley. The structure you see is actually his garage. At the last meeting, the Planning Commission requested that I meet with the neighbors, revise the plans, provide a shadow study, reference the residential guidelines, and show how the architectural style fits with the neighborhood. I'm going to go through each of these requests. I carefully read the residential design guidelines and used Appendix A, How to Read Your Neighborhood, as I walk the neighborhood. The guidelines on page 11 have two examples of the town's interpretation of the immediate neighborhood, one showing 10 and the other 12 houses for a standard subdivision. Since Loma Alta is not a standard subdivision and the lot sizes vary, I looked at 15 houses in my immediate neighborhood to get a better idea of the architectural styles and sizes of houses on Loma Alta. There are 4 houses that are larger in square feet and 6 houses that are larger in terms of the FAR than my house. The architectural styles are mostly a mixture of Craftsman, Victorian, Ranch, and there are a few other French and Spanish style houses. I've revised the plans by reducing the height and square footage on the second floor and set the second floor back in the front and along the sides. I changed the home to Craftsman style. The new design has a reduced visual mass and scale of home, and the FAR is less than the house immediately next door. I also lessened the shadow on the neighboring home at 132 Loma Alta. The second floor setbacks are in red and are much greater than the zoning requires. The second floor has been notched to be even further away here in this area to lessen impacts. The balcony has been reduced to 3 feet to allow a door to open for air circulation, but is too small for an outdoor living space. This shadow study compares the original proposed house, the current design, and a one-story house. The new design casts a shadow that is very similar to the one-story house and is greatly improved from the original design. This is the worst-case shadow when the day is the shortest and the shadow is the longest of the year at 9 a.m. Even the one-story house covers the entire side of the Evans house. As the sun moves, the shadow will be diminished later in the day. These photos were taken from my property and directly across the street from my property. They are houses I included in my expanded neighborhood. I was surprised to find that the 2 houses I can see from my front yard are actually in the residential guidelines. neighborhood support. I met with many neighbors and I found a lot of support for my project. Please see the list of signatures and emails supporting my project.
Mr. Perlow, we would ask that you wrap up as quickly as
Sure.
possible.
This is the last slide. In summary, my house meets all of the town's zoning regulations and guidelines. I'm not asking for any variances. The house has been redesigned to address comments made by immediate neighbors regarding the previous design and its compatibility with the neighborhood in mass, bulk, FAR, and square footage. Thank you for your time, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Perlow. Are there questions for the applicant at this time? Commissioner Sayoc.
Thank you, Mr. Perlow. After reviewing what you've submitted, it's quite obvious to me that you have taken significant review of the comments that we had made from the previous meeting and tried to incorporate that into it. I do have several questions, though, of you. Did you have a chance to review the desk items that we have in front of us? They were responses to what you are submitting?
No.
Has he
No.
seen any of those?
I got those. What are you speaking of, the Logans and Evendens
Correct.
letters?
That was.
I got those this morning.
Do you have any comments to those? Specifically, what I would like to know is your existing garage that's behind the home that you're planning to demolish.
Correct.
If I read it correctly, that is not, it's closer to your neighbor, yet the shadows that it's going to push out to your neighbor is not similar to the shadows that you have in your shadow study.
Correct.
So
Oh, I'm sorry.
no. What is the height of your existing garage that you're planning to demolish? Do you happen to know that?
I'm not sure.
Okay, but you were about to say something before.
Oh,
I asked.
that structure is lower than the one-story house would be. Is that what you were asking?
Yeah. Do you know by how much?
I don't know exactly. No,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay. And then the second general question was, do you have any responses to what they've submitted? If you've had a chance to read it.
Yes, but well, in what particularly?
For example, the shadow study. They disagree that a one-story is going to be better to your neighbor than the two-story. Like
Right.
your argument with your current design is that it would actually be beneficial to your neighbor.
Well, in some respects, it would. The house would not go as far back, or as deep into the lot, and so the one-story house does cast a shadow onto their house, and it won't go as far deep into the lot. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Huh?
Right.
Okay.
And so, as far as the one story and the two story I have proposed, they're not identical, but I try to set back the right side and carve it out and shorten that distance as much as possible. And I minimized the sizes of the rooms in the second floor to get them as much light as I could, as much light as I could.
Okay, that answers it. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you for your presentation. Is my mic on? Yes, okay. Since you gave me yours, I wanted to be sure. The one question I have is about the balcony and the fact that it, if I understood you correctly, what you're saying is that 3 feet is the minimum that's needed to open up a door and get some circulation. Is that door then going outward or coming inward? Because we have seen, and I'll just preface this, we have seen balconies that are not 3 feet deep, but the doors open inward into a bedroom.
I would have to ask Chris.
Okay, well, that was just one of the questions I had, because there was some concern about that balcony, even though it was now reduced in size to 3 feet. And so would you be open to not having that balcony?
I'd have to think about that for a second.
All right, well, that's one of the questions I have,
Okay.
is whether or not that balcony can go away. All right?
Sure.
So, thank you.
Do it. Yes.
Commissioner Talsfor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. And it is a well-designed house. However, I'm quite stymied by that because it's a new house. It's something totally that didn't even relate to what was there previously. And I know you went before Historic Preservation. We have some minutes here from them. And as I read through them, the committee, it seems, felt that they would like to have the style remain the same. So I'm curious as to why you could not accomplish what you're trying to accomplish now using the same style as the house, because our historic guidelines, ask us to maintain the integrity of the forms and the characteristic style of those homes. So can you answer that for me?
Well, that's exactly why I had a Spanish-style house designed originally. And the Spanish-style houses, or the architecture, has a lot of walls that go from the first floor to the second floor that are continuous. And when we went to redesign this house to because there were concerns that it appeared too bulky from the street and that it was too close. The second floors were too close to my neighbors. When we adjusted the floor plan and it changed the geometry of the house, it didn't really look like a Spanish style. It didn't have the geometry of a Spanish style house anymore. It looked more like a craftsman style house. And additionally, when I walked the neighborhood, there weren't a lot of Spanish style houses around, and I was trying to make something that would blend and wouldn't stick out as much as the first house did.
So did you consider a design of a one-story to accomplish everything you would like?
Oh yes, I did consider the design of a one-story, but here, let's see, let me go to this. I'm trying to find here it is. So if you look at the one-story house, that's essentially what the Evendens have. And there's not much of a backyard, especially if I have a two-car garage back here. So this distance right here is only 17, 18 feet. And one of the main reasons why I purchased the property is because it allowed to have the zoning allowed to have the garage in the back and then the house in the front, and then I could have a nice backyard in the center there. So if I went to the one story, it would kind of, the whole reason why I bought the property doesn't, I wouldn't be able to have a backyard.
Okay, or did you consider any other type of alteration? A story
Yes.
and a half? I
considered
I don't want to design it for
I
you.
considered moving either one of the other bedrooms downstairs or the master downstairs. And the issue I had with that is that I bought the house. I want it to be a family home. And if I have children someday, I don't want the master to be, on the bottom and then all the other bedrooms on the top. And also the way the house is designed, there's kind of the living area on the first floor. It's a nice open, when you walk in, there's the dining area, and then it feeds into the kitchen, and it's all open there, and then it feeds out to the patio. And then the second floor has kind of the living space, which is set apart from all that. And so if I had the master downstairs, then it would be a situation where since the lot isn't wide, it would have to basically go right next to the kitchen, and then it's not really, if someone's up later in the kitchen when someone's trying to sleep right in the master bedroom, it's just not a great situation.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Other members of the commission have questions at this time of the applicant? Thank you very much. We know that you provided a copy of the PowerPoint presentation and some of the letters that we'll distribute to the commission at this time. And if we have questions about that, we'll do that when we call you back after the next portion of the hearing.
Sure, thank you.
We now invite comments from members of the public. If you wish to address the commission on this agenda item, we'd ask, and you haven't already submitted a speaker's card, we'd ask you to do that at this time. When you're called upon to speak, we would remind you to please state your name and address for the record. And you would have up to 3 minutes to speak. When the little yellow light goes on, you're 30 seconds to the end of the 3-minute period of time. And when you finish your comments, pause for a second because there may be questions from members of the commission about your comments to the commission. The first person we would call is John Shepherdson.
John Shepherdson, 120 Oak Rim. I always get nervous before I speak before the council or commission, so bear with me. With respect to Mr. Prolo's request to build a two-story home on Loma Alta, I have mixed feelings. It was disappointing to me personally that his neighbor opposed his prior request, in part based upon claims of loss of privacy and views. She publicly advocated for development elsewhere in town that invaded the privacy and blended the views for over 100 Charter Oaks homeowners. But let's judge not that we be not judged. If I were to let anger drive my views, it would suggest 2, 3, or 4 stories would be appropriate for Mr. Prolo's home. And yet, would not this advocacy for breaking the development rules, would not I be wrong myself for advocating something that I thought was very wrong on the Albright development? So I find myself, after reflecting and shaking, here to support Mr. Prolo, who seems to be a reasonable fellow and whom I have a personal liking for. I am also here to support Miss Logan and all the immediate neighbors. I do not know the details of residential guidelines. I simply ask that you listen to everyone's concerns and perspectives and fairly apply the town development standards to the project as proposed. Long after this hearing is over, these words that I'm saying now will evaporate like mist. These neighbors may be living next to each other for a long time. It seems to me that an even-handed evaluation can best foster peace and goodwill, good things to experience this time of year and throughout the year.
Are there questions for the speaker? If not, thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. Karen Evenden.
Hi, my name's Karen Evenden. I live at 132 Loma Alta Avenue, which is the house which is downslope.
Ms. Evenden, can we get you to tilt the mic to you?
Sorry.
That'd be great.
Sorry, I'm nervous and I don't want to speak.
That's okay.
We met with Mr. Prolo afterwards, and then we got the revised plans last week, and I apologize for just getting our submission through yesterday. I did them as fast as I could after I'd seen the plans. So I appreciate that it's an improvement from what we had seen before, because we were really quite horrified by the original proposals that we had seen. But we still feel that it has a very significant negative effect on our property. Firstly, there's the solar access. The shadows are improved from the shadow study, but the first shadow study that was shown in June, it's a best case scenario. It's at the summer solstice. And at that point, it sort of hits the bottom third of our wall, so it kind of grazes like the bottom third of my kids' windows probably. And every time after that, every day after that, it gets worse. It rises higher and higher and higher. And you can see from the shadow study in December that it gets higher and higher and higher, and the difference between a one-story and a two-story actually increases, and so the impact of the one-story is less as the year goes on versus what a two-story is. And I also included in my submission, it was a photo I took yesterday. I was in my daughter's bedroom. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning, and the sun was streaming through. It came over the fence, and there was a lot of sunlight in my daughter's room, and I took another photo, and it's really hard to see because of the glare, but basically the sun was coming over what a one-story building would be, but would have been blocked by a two-story. And because the second story goes all the way through to the back of the house, it means that effect is going to be for the whole length of the property of the second story. Because I know Mr. Prolo has reduced the setbacks and everything, but actually the second floor story has only been reduced by 3%. That's the mass of the second story is reduced by 3%. And actually, if you look at the main building, the mass of the main building, so I took out the auxiliary bathroom by the garage, but then there's a covered porch, and it's a very substantial covered porch, which is underneath the master bedroom. So in a sense, it does form part of the mass of the construction, even though it's not counted in the square footage. And that covered porch has actually increased in size versus the previous plan. And if you look at the mass of his previous, of his new proposal, there's a difference of 1% in the square footage of the main building. And this then causes so many other issues. I think a lot of we suggested to Mr. Prolo that perhaps he consider moving because he seems so adamant to not want to build down into the basement. And so we suggested that maybe if he didn't have a covered porch and maybe moved some of the second story down to the covered porch, and that would decrease the whole mass of the building. It would help issues of privacy, because it would mean that the second story wouldn't be looking so closely over our backyards, because it would be further set back, because the second story wouldn't be so large. Or and
we'd ask you to wrap up as quickly as possible. Yeah.
So just to summarize, we feel that there's not really been a huge movement. And yes, the setbacks have improved a bit, but we still have the impact of the shadow quite significantly on our building. We still have the issues of privacy with the balcony looking over our back garden, and there's still a huge mass next to us that's towering over us, rather than being in keeping with the rest of the block, which is a single story. And we all have single stories, and we have all of the issues with single stories, but we're respectful of each other because of them.
Let's see if there are questions from members of the commission. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. Could you remind me again how long you have owned the home?
Or 4.5 years.
4.5 years. And setting aside the shadow issue, which design, the Spanish style or the Craftsman, is the design that you would prefer next door to you? And setting aside the second story.
I probably don't have a firm opinion on that. I like Spanish style buildings. I live in a Spanish style house, and I really like the design of it. I mean, I lived in Spain. I love everything about Spain. I don't know. I'm not an architect. I don't know if there is a way he can accommodate a two-story and setbacks. But, I mean, I think it's a shame. I mean, I think Los Gatos is a unique place to live, and when you're tearing down a building, I think you should keep the integrity of a neighborhood if you can.
You answered my question. Thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Evenden? Not at this time. Thank you very much. Ronald Kell.
Hi, I'm Ronald Kale. I live at 122 Loma Alta, which is right across the crossway on the corner over there. And, you know, I've looked at them. I've got pictures for both of them, for the previous design and the new one. The roof does have a little bit of, it's going to have an impact on our view of the hills over there. And my biggest concern is not so much, I like the Craftsman style. It's a very pretty looking design. There's no question. But the problem I'm concerned with is once we open up that block for 2 stories, all the rest are open in there. And if the one on the corner goes to 2-story, we won't even see the hills anymore. And, you know, that whole block does not have any 2 stories other than the one right up the corner up there. And that's so far, you know, reduced, we don't see the view of it. So my concern is, you know, we're going to start the ball rolling the wrong direction. And, well, I can live with what it is now, but when the next ones go up there, I'm not going to be very happy with that one, I don't think. I think it's going to make it a lot worse. And like I say, without any 2 stories in that section of Loma Alta, I don't think it's a good time to go that direction. So, like I say, I've got some photos from my property if you want to see what the impact is, and we're happy to share them. If not, that's fine too.
Are there questions for Mr. Kale? Not. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Lee Quintana.
Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue. I just have a few comments. Since this was a project that went before the Historic Preservation Committee and the style of the structure has been totally changed, would it be appropriate to send it back to the Historic Preservation Committee for an additional review? The second comment I have is that I think the neighbors have made very strong arguments for further changes to the house. My main concern is that it does appear to change the character of the neighborhood, and the house is located in a very pivotal spot, as the previous speaker mentioned, and a 2-story house of this mass could tip and become a domino effect. I also believe that everybody has the right to present their own opinions, and basically I support the neighbors in their request to deny this particular application or send it back for additional review or changes. Thank you.
Are there questions for Ms. Quintana? Thank you very much. Leslie Logan.
I forgot to write my husband's name on the card.
I'm here for support.
We are Leslie and George Logan, the adjacent property owners on the uphill side at 136 Loma Alta. We sincerely appreciated recognition at the last hearing that Loma Alta is one of our community's precious older neighborhoods near downtown. We again ask you to support the staff recommendation of denial for this application. We do support the demolition of the existing structure and accept that any new structure will result in some impact on the neighbors. We also appreciate the lower roof line and larger setbacks on the upper story. However, these efforts have not resulted in any significant improvement of the seriously negative impacts the project will ultimately have on the adjacent neighbors in terms of privacy, solar access, and sky views. The new design introduces unnecessary elements that only add to the bulk of the structure so that it remains incompatible with the immediate neighborhood. Our submitted desk item includes photo demonstrations and extensive detail about how this project directly conflicts with the most clear and definitive statements in the Town of Los Gatos Residential Design Guidelines. This attractive design may be appropriate for many nearby areas. However, the scale and bulk and height differential between the proposed structure and 132 Loma Alta is unprecedented in the immediate neighborhood, which specifically deserves the greatest attention and consideration. The adjacent homes and the majority of the houses in the immediate neighborhood are 1 story. Although 2 stories do exist in the area, the topography and configuration of these lots are quite different, factors that cannot be ignored when considering issues of privacy, light, and compatibility. We were hoping, as Chris Spalding suggested at the last hearing, that the second floor would be reduced by moving the master to the first floor. At our meeting on October 23rd, we explained to Mr. Prolo and his family that the first story extending deeper into the lot would not only be an acceptable change from our perspective, but one that would serve to enhance his privacy in the rear garden area. Instead, the mass on the second floor now extends, floating above an open patio, further occluding views from our rear deck, and most importantly, reducing solar access for the Evenden home, adding bulk and mass to the second story. Any person standing on the proposed balcony with French doors will be able to see into the neighboring yards in all directions, including most of the usable private outdoor spaces in our yards, causing a major privacy issue. We feel strongly that any new design should reduce the overall square footage and significantly reduce the mass of the second story, eliminate the balcony and French doors, include textured windows and appropriate mature landscape plants along the property line for privacy, but limit them so they do not block views or solar access. We also encourage the applicant to reconsider options such as a basement with water abatement system, as we have done to increase square footage, and reduce the size of the garage to increase rear garden space. We respectfully request that you approve staff's recommendation of denial for this application and provide more specific direction to the applicant to submit a new project that is compatible, respectful, and embraces the qualities that make this section of Loma Alta such a truly wonderful place to live. Thank you.
Are there questions for the Logans? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Is your house 2 stories?
No. Our house is a single story with a basement built into a hillside.
I'm just looking at a chart here, so I guess it's wrong. You're at what address?
136.
Yeah, this chart says that you have 2,041 square feet, which I take it is above the, you have a basement?
The basement is included in the square footage. It is living space.
It also says you're 2 stories, so this is wrong then?
Yes.
Thank you.
Unless you would consider a basement and the first story.
I wouldn't, no.
Yeah, it's underground.
Commissioner Smith.
I may have asked you this last time, but I'm going to ask you again. When, as I envision your house, you are able to look into the other properties, though, aren't you, into the backyard? Because aren't you up high enough where?
Our deck in the back, yes.
And what is the height of that deck?
I don't know what the height of the deck is.
guess.
It was built before I...
But that deck, you consider it off of the first floor, is that it?
In the back, so our house is built into a slope. The front portion of our house, the front corner up the hill, would be a single story at ground level, perhaps maybe a foot above, like a crawl space. And then it goes down the hill towards 134. And so we have about 4 stairs up to our porch on that side. But it also goes down the hill towards the back. So the deck is high in the back. But we do consider that the first story of our house.
It just appeared high to me, so that's why I was
Yeah.
thinking when you stand out on that deck, you actually look down.
If I were to build the deck, I might build it lower, but I didn't build it.
But you could look down into the applicant's yard, is that not correct?
That is correct, although we don't really want to. And that is why we suggested that a 1-story that extended further into the lot would not block our sky views, but would serve to provide privacy for the garden area on the other side of the house. And that's why we said put it on our side of the property.
Thank you.
Other questions for the Logans? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jeff Loffridge.
My name is Jeff Lockridge, 109 Paseo Laura. I didn't realize it before, but the town's rules, which I thought were written to protect us, need the support of all its residents. These rules can just as easily be ignored if we aren't watching out for each other. The Loma Alta neighborhood should be protected against any abuse of these rules when additional stories are proposed for houses in their neighborhood. My initial reason for attending this meeting was to support my Los Gatos neighbors from a possible abuse of the town's rules. Thankfully, it seems that Mr. Prolo has compromised his original plans. He has scaled back and worked within the town rules and with his neighbors, and in my opinion, presented a more appropriate alternative to his previous submission. I believe that working with neighbors is a key component to ensuring the small-town character that we feel in Los Gatos. I expected that Los Gatos neighbors would have rallied against any abuse of those town rules which protect our quality of life. 134 Loma Alta is a good example where working closely with your neighbors has worked. It would be nice to see that same cooperation extended across town. After all, we all are neighbors. I find the recent division of the town residents seemingly against one another over the Albright Business Park a very sad situation for the town. At a time when residents are needed to support their Los Gatos neighbors, we have a deep-pocket, multi-billion-dollar corporation injecting themselves into the middle of our affairs. I'd like to ask those who support the initiative to take a moment and try to imagine how it would feel if your next-door neighbor wanted to add not one story, but 3 stories. You would expect our town's rules would defend you from your neighbor's request, since the 3 additional stories is clearly prohibited by our town rules. If our rules can be easily broken, then no one in town is protected. A consistent and reasonable application of the rules shields us all. If we allow them to be broken, then we risk losing the very protection those rules represent. If we let one developer buy their way into breaking our rules, then we may all get treated the way our neighbors in Charter Oaks have been. Are huge profits for developers more important than our quality of life? Loma Alta residents may be sad, angry, or alarmed that views and privacy may be impacted by a neighbor's proposed addition. Those are exactly the same concerns that your 100 neighbors over in Charter Oaks have. Some town residents have been fooled into helping a corporation try to change the town we love. Those residents are helping a company who is willing to lie in order to get what they want. So far, those lies got them petition signatures. What's next? These residents shouldn't fool themselves into thinking that they are doing something for Los Gatos. They're doing this to Los Gatos. Profits for these out-of-town developers should not be put ahead of the well-being of Los Gatos neighbors. Thank you.
Are there questions for the speaker? Thank you, Mr. Lockridge. We next call Carol Musser.
Good evening. I'm Carol Musser from 232 Loma Alta Avenue. I can't see. I live on Loma Alta, and I'm here because I support this project. The applicant is in compliance and has met the town guidelines to rebuild his home. Donald has taken additional steps to address the concerns, redesigned the plans, and made concessions and accommodations for compatibility and is in character with the neighborhood. I have lived on Loma Alta for over 40 years. I've watched and experienced the progress, transformation, and changes to the neighborhood and immediately next to my property. I've heard and I know all the concerns. Is it all perfect? Is it all perfect and has it downgraded the neighborhood? No. The reconstruction of homes has enhanced the neighborhood and makes it a desirable place to live. Although neighboring input can be helpful, these significant improvements would not have happened if everyone's personal wishes led to denying change. I support the applicant's plans and hope you will not deny them and his rights. It's not a perfect rule, but the rules, regulations, and guidelines are adhered to. Thank you.
Are there questions for Ms. Musser? Thank you very much. Chris Evenden.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to, I'm Chris Evenden, 132 Loma Alta Avenue. The surname isn't a coincidence. I want to spend a couple of minutes addressing...
Mr. Evenden, can we get you to raise the mic?
Oh, yeah.
Everyone can hear you then. Thank you.
There we go. How's that? Is that good? So I wanted to address the issue of square footage as it relates to the bulk of the home as well. And I think it's very important to note, as Karen noted earlier, the 330 square foot covered porch. And if you actually, because that actually is part of the bulk of the home, and if you include that in the calculations, the square footage quoted in the calculations understates the bulk of the home by about 15%. And if you add that covered porch back in there, then it's actually 20% bigger than the nearest home, not almost the same size as is indicated in the report so far. And to my mind, the only difference between a covered porch and a room is the glass in the windows, as it relates to the bulk of the home. And I'm not misty-eyed about the idea of having sunshine all through the year in my children's rooms. But the bulk of the house is such that we lose a significant portion of the sky. And I would like my children to be able to actually read without artificial light during the day, and I fear that wouldn't be the case with the house as it's currently planned. Literally, you have a sliver of sky, and you have to stand up against the window to see it. You can see quite clearly from the story poles. I certainly appreciate the effort that Mr. Prolo has put into changing the plans and working through the renderings, but as you can see from the numbers, it's resulted in a change of 1.08% to the square footage of the main house. So it's actually, there's been a lot of work, but actually not much movement. And that should be clear from a closer examination of the numbers. I also wanted to echo a point made earlier on as well about this being an inexorable step. And I'd like the Commission to consider perhaps whether this is an inexorable step in the change of the character of the neighborhood. Because if developers come to realize that you are able to build homes of this bulk in this neighborhood, which as the staff has indicated is predominantly much smaller homes, then there's clearly going to be pressure to move in that direction, and more developers will continue to develop that way as well. And that concludes my remarks.
Are there questions for the speaker? If not, thank you very much, Mr. Evenden. We'll now give the applicant an opportunity to address the commission for up to 3 minutes to add any additional comments.
I think you're right. This is almost as big as this.
My dad was, he turned into the things that became home.
Are you confusing the two people?
We have the same name.
We have the same name, difference in age, though. My name is...
We now call the younger Mr. Prolo to the...
My name is Don Prolo, and I live in Saratoga on, which is an adjacent community on Glen Una. I'm Donald's father, and I want to reassure you that he's not a developer and he is not part of the consortium that is involved in other issues before this August group, and the two shouldn't be conflated. The individual's desire to build a home on Loma Alta and the development of the commercial property. I appreciate this opportunity to support his request to build a home on 134 Loma Alta. You members of the Planning Commission extend Los Gatos innumerable hours of service and wisdom in the public benefit and are to be highly complimented for your expertise in these extensive hours that you have contributed over the years. I have followed my son's decision to acquire this property, and the pre-purchase reassurances provided him and my wife Joanne Prolo by city staff, including the construction of a two-story home. Allocations of time and material losses followed the adamantine objections from immediate adjacent neighbors to his first design. His subsequent efforts to satisfy all your requests before your reconsideration for approval of the project included responding to objections raised by some neighbors, excuse me. Ultimately, he gained the signatures and letters of support for approval of the redesign by many residents of the neighborhood. It is my family's fervent hope that the reasoned judgment and wisdom of this commission will prevail to approve the construction of a home by my son, a home consonant with the architectural characteristics of the entire Loma Alta neighborhood, with a design which bears approval by many neighbors. This application requests no variances, provides optimal, permeable coverage for drainage of water in an area with major hazard of subterranean water flows, has a lower floor to area ratio than an immediate adjacent home to the west, which in the future, a home that will be well maintained and complementary to the adjacent homes of that street. Thank you.
Are there questions for the speaker? If not, thank you very much. Now we'll return to the applicant, give you up to 3 minutes to address the commission.
Oh, can you please turn the presentation back on? Okay. First, I would like to say that Ronald's house at the corner of Cross and Loma Alta, he spoke earlier. It's actually a 2-story house. Someone was saying that my house does not, the current design does not blend in to Loma Alta, but it's actually mostly consists of craftsman-style houses and ranch-style houses, and it seems to blend in very nicely. The town's consulting architect said it does. I actually wanted to go back to this shadow study because I didn't explain very well earlier. This shadow study shows a 1-story design, the proposed design, and then the old design. As you can see, the new design is a great improvement from the old design, and I put a lot of effort into trying to get as much light as possible to the Ebenens house. Let's see, I'm trying to find, I think it might be back. No, it's that way. Oh, here it is. You can even see that when Chris first drew it up, this wall was continuous, and I asked him to cut it out even more so that I could get more sunlight to them. Additionally, the Logan's house, they keep complaining that my house is blocking their view, but their house is blocking my view in the exact same way. And I can see their windows from my first floor. So their concerns of privacy I do not quite understand. Here's the Logan's house right here. It's an aerial view, and here's my current design. I noticed when I looked at this aerial view, it's actually almost the identical shape, and in fact, it actually extends further or deeper into the lot. Secondly, they say they have a basement, but if you look right here, you can actually see the doors that go into their first floor. And if you were to put someone in this backyard here and ask them if this is a 1-story or 2-story house, they would certainly say that it's a 2-story house. So we have my house almost identical to Logan's, and the Logans have another building here and another building here. So I just wanted to point that out. Here's the Logan's windows from the street. As you can see, they don't have much privacy even from the street. And as far as the backyard of the Evendens, it's only 18 feet here, so it can very easily be screened with plants. And I demonstrated this. This was a photo from the Evendens backyard, and you can screen it. This is a plant, it's not that tall, and if you were to put more plants there, they would all cover this area. And I would reduce the size of the balcony to the minimum, since the doors can open inward, so that it's only what was proposed, so that it's just the minimum of 6 inches or so, and then the doors would open inward.
Let's see if there are, thank you very much. Let's see if there are questions, further questions for you from members of the commission. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you for your presentation. I have one very simple question, one probably a little more complicated. The first one, the story poles that are out there now, have those been adjusted to reflect the revised plans?
Yes.
Okay.
Hang on, let me show you the difference. It's actually a pretty big change. Hang on a second, it's in the beginning here. So these are the original story poles, and then these are the new story poles. So original and new. You can see it's pretty dramatic change. It looks a lot smaller from the street now.
Okay, thank you. And then, so my second question, if I might, the open deck or covered porch on the back, that is a pretty substantial square footage of area in that covered area. It would just, given the concern of the neighbors about the two-story element, it just seemed an odd choice of use for a first floor space to be that large of a patio. Could you explain kind of your thought process in why that element's there, and if you tried to put other elements down there? I know you talked about the bedrooms, but
sure,
specifically
yes,
for that porch area.
So originally the porch was a little bit smaller, and I'm not sure if I have. Do I have a photo of my floor plan? Basically, before the entrance into that area was from the family room, and so it didn't have to be as wide. But since I moved it over, because that's where the master bedroom is now, it had to be a little bit wider so that you could get onto it from the house, because on the left side of the house is the kitchen, and so you can't put a door where the cabinets would be. So it became a little bit wider, and then I'm not sure if it could become not quite as deep. I would have to ask Chris, but the master is above it now, so I don't know if. Do you know if? I think it got maybe a foot deeper. I wouldn't mind making it, if it's possible structurally and everything.
Chris Spalding, architect. Yeah, one of the purposes there was the previous design had the master bedroom and the covered porch on the Evenden side of the property, and so one of the concepts here was to try to move that second story bulk farther from them to give them more light, and since Donald really liked the design of the first floor, we were trying not to destroy that design portions when we were changing the second story design. And so when we moved the second story around a bit to make it give more light to the Evendens, and also to bring it in on all sides, from the Loma Alta side and from the Logan side, it got a little deeper, and so to accommodate that and the geometry of the roof lines, the porch got, I think it was 1 foot deeper and 2 feet wider, I believe it was.
Mr. Birch.
Chris, stay. I do want to thank you both for the revisions and addressing many of the items that were discussed. I think, knowing how long I've served on the Historic Preservation Committee, I'm going to circle back to that. I know Joanne discussed it briefly earlier. I know that you came before the Historic Preservation Committee 3 times, I believe. Maybe not you, but this property came before the Historic Preservation Committee 3 times. The first 2 times, this property was not approved for demolition, and it was considered to be a significant home in the neighborhood with architectural style that was important to the neighborhood, et cetera, the findings we typically find. I do believe that based on some new structural information, while it was approved for demolition, it was recommended by the Historic Preservation Committee that the historical significance of this home be maintained, meaning that while I understand there were issues with the original mass and bulk, the original style was more true to the home that is existing. And I think that sometimes between the committees and the various meetings and the longevity of these processes, things like that get lost. But I find that that is an important thing for us to circle back to, because that is what those committees serve to do, is maintain the historical significance of our key neighborhoods and homes. I'd like to know in this change, because this was a 180-degree style change, why that obviously very strong recommendation was not considered.
It was, excuse me, it was considered. I designed the first house to be Spanish, and the last time I was here, I had so much opposition to my house that it stuck out too much. And when I walked the neighborhood, this doesn't stick out as much. It blends in a lot more in the Craftsman style. You're able to set it, like I've already said, you're able to set it back in the top, and the further back it goes, the more the line of sight is of a one-story house. I mean, if you go back far enough, you won't even see the second story. And so I definitely, it was a decision that I had to make. I didn't necessarily want to change it, but there was so much opposition with the other style, and I'm just trying to, it's hard to please everyone is what it comes down to.
It is, and ultimately, that's always impossible to do, and I think that in projects like this, everyone is going to wind up having to give concessions. So I don't want you to think that or I'm sure any of the other commissioners don't recognize that. I just want to reiterate the historic stance, and I know Chris is very familiar with these, that when we do mark a home with historic significance, and like I said, I believe if you read through those notes, you'll see that repeatedly, it's important to maintain that architectural style. And really, believe today we had a home of a similar style, that it takes a lot of revision sometimes, but you can find that. And I do, maybe just for everyone's knowledge, want to let you know that you can always come before the Historic Preservation Committee under other business just to get feedback and information if that would ever help. Thanks.
Other questions for the applicant? Okay, are there any questions for the Commissioner O'Donnell? Is it likely to result in a question for the applicant?
It could, because we just went into an area that I'm a little confused by. I serve also on the Historic Preservation Committee, and I sat in on this thing, I think, 3 times. I'm looking at the report we reviewed in October, and it says in part, the building is not associated with any events that have any significant contribution to the town. No significant persons are associated with the site. There are no distinctive characteristics of type, period, or method of construction or representation of the work of a master. The structure does not yield information of town history, and structural integrity of the building is poor. We therefore recommended the approval of the Spanish-style proposal. Now, I guess the question I have is, once that is done and a person comes in with that Spanish style, and because of objections received, it is conceived, at least by the applicant, that the only way to satisfy the objections is to vary, I believe, a recommendation. I'm not aware that it was a condition, nor am I aware that the Historic Preservation Committee could so condition the project. So I guess I'm asking, I'm hearing that maybe this was a condition, or somebody similarly situated would have to go back to the Historic Preservation Committee, and I find that that's not consistent with my knowledge, so I'm asking staff.
The comment to maintain the existing architectural style was a comment that the Historic Preservation Committee requested to be considered by the applicant. In that particular location, once the house is approved for demolition, the new house architectural style is not under the purview of the Historic Preservation Committee.
Commissioner Smith.
Mr. Perlow, at the end of the last meeting, I was the one that suggested that perhaps we wanted to continue this matter, or you would want to, in order to meet again with the neighbors. And so my question to you this evening is, do you believe that there are further refinements you could make to this home to address any of the issues that were raised tonight? And you already did say that the balcony could go away. So I understand that. But is there anything else just kind of niggling in the back of your mind that would encourage us to continue the matter and give you another chance to perhaps do just a few more refinements and come before us again?
I also said that I would be willing to, if possible, reduce the size of the covered porch in the back. I spent a lot of time and went through a lot of revisions to come up with this plan. It wasn't something that just happened. I went back and forth with Chris maybe 6 times, so I don't really believe there's much more I can do.
All right, well, I wanted to ask you that question, and I thank you for your candid response, and I do want to acknowledge the level of work that you've done here. It's very apparent in what you've submitted to us. So, but I did want to get a response from you about a continuance. Thank you.
Sure.
Are there other questions of the applicant? Commissioner Sayat.
Just wanted to clarify what you've submitted under Appendix A, just because it seems like one of your justifications for the 2-story was your own field study, I guess, of the neighborhoods. And so in your chart that you did, the number of stories, so when you say 1 plus 2.
I'm sorry, is Appendix
Appendix
A
is this hand-drawn?
Oh, okay. I
submitted?
think I actually have this on here, so it can. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So when you put 1 plus 2, for example, under 138.
Yes.
You're saying that that's a 2-story home?
Well, when I put 1 plus 2, that means that there's a second story over about half of the house.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that, I actually just, that's how because in the residential guidelines, it has 1 story, 2 story, 1 plus 2. I don't know if it has something else, but that's how I read it, 1 plus 2. I thought it meant that part of the house is 2 stories.
No,
and
I agree. I just wanted to see if your visual field study was similar to what I did when I was out there. So that it was just a clarification.
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions of the applicant? If not, thank you very much, Mr. Prolo. We'll now close the public portion of the public hearing, and I'll turn to my fellow commissioners for further any questions of staff, comments, or a motion. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm not going to make a motion, but I find this a very difficult matter. The square footage that the applicant is asking for, if the figures I have provided by the town, is consistent with the number of the houses in the neighborhood. It is not larger. Obviously, the 2 stories is troublesome to the neighbors. There are more 2-story houses in that neighborhood than one side wants to admit. Perhaps there are fewer than the other side wants to assert. I don't know. But there are 2-story houses in the neighborhood. And I do think the Logan's house, which is characterized as a 2-story house by the town, the photograph of it would indicate that it sure looks like a 2-story house. It obviously would solve a lot of problems were this a 1-story house, but to get the square footage that, for example, the Logans have, it would be a very long 1-story house running into the backyard and removing lots of the backyard. So I guess the trouble I have is when you have one neighbor with essentially a 2-story house, whose house is clearly visible from the existing house that is going to be demolished, is there some kind of right to keep what went before, notwithstanding that you have taken advantage of the 2-story house? There may be. Whether there's a right or not, we may decide that a 1-story house would be nicer for the neighborhood. I like 1-story houses, and I'm sympathetic with people who say, gee whiz, if you give them 2 stories here, where do you stop? And we've seen that in town. But obviously, you stop with the next application that comes in because you deal with every application on a case-by-case basis. But I just throw that out because I am very troubled by it. The easiest, you could say this is too big a house, but it's like 200 square feet bigger than the Logan house. I mean, that's not a big difference. So I don't know what you'd have to do to please the neighbors. The only thing I can think of is a one-story house. And so I'd sure like to have some discussion among my fellow commissioners to help me decide what we should do.
Commissioner Sayoc.
You know, this won't be the answer that I think Commissioner O'Donnell's asking for, but certainly I also agree that it's a difficult application, and whenever applications such as these that are so difficult come before me, the guidance that we use are the rules, the regulations, and guidelines. And with this particular case, the applicant is not asking for any variances, and it meets the rules, the regulations, and the guidelines. And for that reason, I feel that, okay, the only reason it came before the Planning Commission was because of the FAR, because it would be the largest home on the lot. Yet it's not asking for a floor area ratio exceedance. Now, the second story, it's problematic. But again, using our residential design guidelines, when you look at how immediate neighborhood is defined, again, you see there are reasons for having a two-story home. It's not the only in its immediate neighborhood. So I feel that I don't have the findings necessary to say that this home has to be one story, because there are those in the immediate neighborhood that do have two stories. So the biggest issue for me falls to the solar study that I had asked for at the previous meeting. It's very troubling to the neighbor to the left, 132, when you look at the visuals of how you would just have no solar access for that home. Yet asking for the visual study shows that even if it were a one-story, it would not give them the solar access that they're asking for. It would be better, but it wouldn't necessarily be the answer either. So I am struggling, because when you look at those three factors of what we're asking for, it's not asking for any variances or exceedances. It meets all the regulations and the rules and the guidelines. And the second floor versus first floor doesn't really answer the problem that one neighbor is asking for. So then it gets into this discussion that we're having of, well, how are we characterizing the subjective, the visual mass, and are we really changing the character of the neighborhood? And that's where I look to my commissioners that serve on historic preservation and some of those other areas of, well, how can you help me look at the subjectives that the numbers and the guidelines are saying that this is actually an allowable project? And so I'm not ready to make a motion either, but again, I'm leaning towards, well, what is it exactly that's before us? And when you start checking off those, it's very difficult for me at this moment to say that it should be a denial. But I'm not ready to make that motion yet. So,
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. I have listened very carefully to all of the sides. And what I do know is that Mr. Prolo on two different occasions presented before us well-designed homes, and the town architect did review both of these homes, and each time he called them well-designed. Mr. Prolo started with the Spanish style, which I believe he probably did that as in answer to what the Historic Preservation Committee asked him to do. But I do have a distinct recollection that at the last meeting, or let me just say that I felt there was enough testimony from other people that may have led him into the Craftsman idea. So each time he's presented us a well-designed home, whether it's the Craftsman or the Spanish. I understood his concern about not separating the bedrooms with a young family. I have to say, perhaps when his children get older, as teenagers, he might wish that he had a bedroom on a different level, but I understand that decision. And also the fact that he was willing to eliminate the balcony and reduce the size of the smaller porch. So I'm exactly where Commissioner O'Donnell and Commissioner Sayak is. He seems to have complied with everything, and we do have one home that will be more impacted than any other in the neighborhood, and that's what makes it a very difficult decision for us.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Well, and trying to avoid saying more of the same, I think I'm just going to go ahead and try a motion. This is a very difficult, I think this is a very difficult decision for all of us. We're all struggling with this. And what it comes down to for me is similar to Commissioner Sayak, when you look at what's required in the code and what they've achieved, and then we gave specific direction at our last meeting, and I think they've substantially met our direction. I'm very sympathetic to the neighbors downslope, the Evendens, and but they also have a one-story house. They have a very minimal setback on their property line. It's going to be a challenge regardless of what's done there. This is a beautiful neighborhood, and so I think ultimately that's what we want to protect. This will be the largest home, but not by much. And I think the changes to the style, the changes to the height, the changes to the setbacks, I think all improve the presence of this home in the neighborhood. And although this is challenging, I do think I'm going to support the project as it is, with a couple of exceptions. So I'm going to try a motion, see if I can get a second. I'm going to recommend approval of the project, and that is Architecture and Site Application S13049 with a couple of additions, and that would be I think we heard an offer by the applicant to reduce the balcony off of the master bedroom to the minimum required, something on the scale of 18 inches or whatever it is that they need to be able to open doors and have air up there, circulation. And then secondly, to try and minimize that downstairs, maybe by reducing the master bedroom a little bit, trying to reduce that back patio. That does seem like a lot of not the best use of space that is indeed adding bulk to the second story of the house. So I'd like to see some small reduction there. So, and that would be to the approval of staff at that point. I don't think I'd want to see those two minor things back to the commission. So that would be my attempt at a motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bourgeois. Commissioner Smith.
And I'll second the motion as stated.
We have a motion for approval of architectural site application S-13049 with the noted changes in the motion by Commissioner Bourgeois, second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion of the motion? Mr. Talsford.
Yeah, I feel like I have to say something, only because it seemed to me that Mr. Prolo's testimony over the last two meetings indicated that he really had liked the Spanish eclectic style. I'm very disappointed that that wasn't able to work out. When I look at that house today, it reminds me of, I hope this isn't going to be a precedent for what will happen to the other ones that look like that. They're getting to be very rare. And I think it wounds me that we can't make any more effort in redesigning that. I think the second home is lovely. I have no question with that. The two-story could work. But to lose that Spanish eclectic, as small as it is, and as abandoned as it was, it just really, really hurts me. And it's for that reason that I wouldn't be supporting your motion. Not that I don't want you to live in the neighborhood, but it totally has abandoned any character that was there.
We have a motion before the commission, and the maker of the motion will now provide us the findings to support his motion.
Great. So I'd like to make the findings that the proposed project is categorically exempt pursuant to Section 1503 of CEQA, and I can make the required findings as required by Section 2910-09030E of the Town Code for granting approval of a demolition of a single-family residence. And I can also make the required considerations as required by Section 292150 of the Town Code for granting approval of an architecture and site application. And those are all found in Exhibit 2 of our staff report. And therefore, the motion is to approve architecture and site application S13049 with the conditions contained in Exhibit 3 and the 2 additions that I made.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourgeois. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Commissioner Talsfor and Commissioner Birch opposed. The motion carries by a count of 5-2. Are there appeal rights, Mr. Paulson?
There are appeal rights. Anyone who's not satisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission can appeal that decision. The forms are available in the clerk's department. The appeal must be filed within 10 days, and there is a fee for filing the appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. The next item on our agenda is a continued public hearing considering architectural site application S-13-035 requesting approval to construct a new single-family residence at 15644 Shady Lane, lot number 3 on property zoned HR 2.5 PD. May I have a show of hands from commissioners who visited the property under consideration? Everyone has. Are there any disclosures by commissioners for this item? Seeing none, Ms. Avila, may we have a brief staff report?
Good evening. I don't have anything to add to the report with the exception of one clarification. I stated in the staff report that the application was referred to the Planning Commission because it is a condition of the plan development that this particular lot be reviewed by the commission. And the reason behind that was that at the time the plan development was approved, there was some question as to whether or not the house would be visible from a viewing platform. The story poles were installed, and they have been up for several months probably at this point. The poles and netting were viewed from the viewing platform at Blossom Hill and Los Gatos Boulevard. It was determined that the house is not visible. That is pursuant to the definition in the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines that when it's considered visible is when you see more than 25% of the elevation. So less than 25% of the elevation would be visible. You would see a little bit of peeking above the roofs. You can see a little bit of netting out there, but it's not more than 25%. So they are, the 25-foot height maximum is allowable as opposed to the 18-foot restriction that would have applied if it were deemed a visible home. The other reason it came before the Planning Commission is the size. The combined square footage of the house and the garage does exceed 5,400 square feet. So for those two reasons, this application was forwarded to the Planning Commission. I don't have anything to add to the report other than that, and staff is available if you have questions.
Thank you, Ms. Avila. Are there questions of the staff at this time? If not, we will now open the public portion of the public hearing. Oops. Sure.
Question, staff.
Absolutely.
This was continued a number of times, and I'm curious as to what was going on with, because the continuances, I'm sure, for good reason, and we were told, I think, some discussions were going on. I'm just curious, if so, what were the results of those conversations? Is this a different submittal than we would have received early on?
It's a little bit different, yes. The first continuance was because the applicant was working on their visual presentation. So you see a couple of photo simulations showing the house on the site. Those had not been completed. So that first continuance occurred to allow the architect to complete those exhibits. Staff was working with the team on the project, and we had an issue with the way the project was being graded and the way the cellar was daylighting at the rear of the house and what was going to be exempt and what wasn't going to be exempt. So the two subsequent continuances were because staff was working with the architect and the developer and the engineer to modify the grading, and then subsequently we had a slight height issue. When the site got regraded, there was one wall that was higher than 25 feet, so we had to revise the plans to get that height down to be in compliance.
Thank you.
Commissioner Telesfor.
I have a question too. Can you review with us how that went with the cellar? Because the cellar has now become more of a daylight. I mean, what was
Portion of the cellar that is no more than 4 feet above the finished grade is exempt. So there's sort of an imaginary line drawn, so you can look on the page that shows the cellar, and it shows what we exempted and what we didn't exempt. And you can see at the front of the house, you don't see it at all.
Right, I understand that.
And then it's at the back where it daylights, so the way it's being graded out and the way the walls are getting put in now, the bulk of it is exempt, where there is a portion of it that's being counted as floor area.
Other questions of staff? We will now open the public portion of the public hearing and give the applicant an opportunity to address the commission for up to 5 minutes. And I believe both Jeff Thayer and Vance Graham are here to represent Davidson Homes.
Hi, my name is Jeff Thayer, and I'm Vice President of Land Acquisition Development for Davidson Homes. And I'm going to be very brief. And we've got Vance Graham. He's with the Bricini and Lagoni, our architects that we work very closely with. I've also got 2 of our people from Davidson, Dennis Rosari and Steve Abbs, that are intimately involved with everything to answer your questions. I'm going to be qualified to do the on and off switch for the light here. I think it'll do the presentation a little bit better, so I'm going to turn it over to Vance at this point.
Thank you. Vance Graham with Bricini and Lagoni Architects. We've got a very short presentation here. Hopefully this will work. This is what we refer to as Lot 3 in Los Gatos Highlands. As staff had mentioned, we've got what is seen as really a single-story house from the street and has a bit of a view out from a lower portion of the basement. This is the site overall. I don't know if the pointer is still over here. We're basically talking about this home here. You can see it's a very large lot. It's basically sitting on a knoll that sort of descends either side. So we've tried to be very careful about the direction of the slopes of the roofs and how they integrate into the local topography in keeping with the hillside ordinance. The next slide is actually an animation that will spin us in from above and will circle around the house so you get an idea of the geometry in 3D. It'll start off fairly white, but as it gets near the house, the grading will start becoming more apparent. So we are right here. We're zooming in and you can start seeing the knob here start exposing itself. This is the front of the house. The street runs up this way as it currently is built. That's the entry here, master bedroom. There's a garage complex here, a central higher portion, but you can see that it's surrounded by single-story elements. And as we swing around to the rear portion of the house, we've paid great attention to trying to have it blend in to the surrounding hillside. This is the portion that's viewable. Viewable is an overstatement, actually, from the viewing platform. It's very, very hard to see. You've probably been able to see it from the story poles because they're orange. Next slide is the front of the house. You can see that we've tried to go with a very, very neutral color, a deeper tone. It's actually an LRV of 27, which is below the requirement of 30. It's a green and green sort of inspired house with longer overhangs and some timber work. There's a bit of brick. This is the front garage element. Entry is here. Some glazing forward in the master bedroom complex. And you can see a small bit of the basement exposed here. The next slide will show you actually from above. This is the angle that you can view the home barely from the viewing platform. This is the master bedroom complex I referred to earlier. You can see we're maintaining that single-story edge as the defining element of the geometry. And then there's a slightly larger element in the middle here. This is actually the great room. It opens onto a bit of a deck area here with some glass railing for view. And then, as Suzanne had mentioned, we've worked very closely in defining exactly how this lower element walkout is constructed.
Basically, you're looking at a wall here that's about railing height if you were to stand in the basement. So people can come out there and set a drink down and so forth and still be able to enjoy local vistas into this tree. Most of the home is blocked from the view platform by these trees and these trees here. So we needed to get a little higher so that we could see the image and get an idea of how the house actually looks. That's the conclusion of this portion of the presentation. And as Jeff said, we're available for answering questions and so forth.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Are there questions for the applicant? Commissioner Bourgeois.
You made a comment, and first of all, thanks for the presentation. It's very helpful. You made a comment, though, about this is where the road approaches in its current configuration. Is that changing?
No. It's exactly the same. It
Okay.
has not changed.
Just the way you phrase it led me to believe there was going to be a change, and I wasn't aware of that. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
When I was out of the lot, it is a very dramatic lot with a great view, but it also looked like a challenging lot. So it's probably here, but I don't remember reading it. How much cut and or fill are you going to have to do on that particular knoll?
Steve might be better equipped to answer that.
We'll just need for you to identify yourself for the record.
I'm Steve Abbs with David on Homes. The site requires, not including the building excavation, only about 480 some odd yards of grading, not including the building excavation. So
How many for the building excavation?
that would add about another 1,800 cubic yards. So that includes the excavation for the cellar and the house itself.
Will this material be taken then off-site?
No, there's an on-site disposal site that we've actually created during the improvements on-site, where we had to do a lot of remediation work, which is on lot 13. So
that material will be kept on this site?
correct.
Other questions for the applicant? Apparently not. Thank you very much. We would now open the hearing to other members of the public who would like to address the commission on this. We do not have any indication from anyone that they would like to address the commission on this item. Seeing no one coming forward, we would normally give you another 3 minutes to rebut that, but if you had any other information that you would think would be helpful at this time, we would give you an opportunity to do that. If not, are there any other questions for the applicant from fellow commissioners? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the public hearing, and I will turn to fellow commissioners for any questions of staff, comments. Commissioner Talsfor.
I don't have any questions. I thought the presentation was interesting. I appreciate the up-to-date and current method of presenting projects of this scale. It really let us see what sometimes is hard to see with the story poles. I think the building has been designed beautifully. I like how it slopes with the land. I love the choice of materials. It's nice to see something that's not stucco, especially it nestles in there so beautifully. And for that reason, I think I'll make a motion. Okay. So I would move to approve architecture and site application S-13-035 at 15644 Shady Lane, Lot 3. I can make the findings as evidenced in Exhibit 3. I don't need to read these, do I? Do you care if I read them?
For the record, I think it would be helpful for you too.
Okay, I'm not going to read them, but anyway, the Exhibit 3, which is the ordinance of the town code, Los Gatos amending the town code affecting a zone change, that's ordinance 2147. That it's consistent with that. and I find that the project is consistent with the hillside design and specific plan as exhibited in Exhibit 3. Find that the project is consistent with the considerations for approval of architecture and site applications and approve architecture and site application S-12-035, subject to the conditions in the Exhibit 4 and the development plans, which is Exhibit 9.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'd like to second the motion. I'd also like to commend the applicant. We spent a lot of time working on this PD. These are extraordinarily beautiful lots, and we care very much about hillside views. And this is precisely, I mean, it's a large home, but this is precisely the type of home I had hoped to see coming before this body when we did approve the PD. So I think you took the hillside standards and guidelines to heart and really paid attention to them, and it's very evident, and I wholeheartedly support the application.
We have a motion with a second, motion by Commissioner Talsford for approval, and a second from Commissioner Bourgeois. We're trying to get a clarification from the staff that actually the application is S-12-035, not 13.
It says 13.
It says 13.
What would you like?
I understand that.
Okay, all right, we're going to go to, oh, all right, we'll just,
S-13-035.
okay, so
There's a 12 on one of the exhibits.
it is. It's on Exhibit
So-
5. I have it right.
Apologize for that.
Test.
Okay,
Is it-
all right,
so
so
do we know which one
I
it
would
is?
like to approve.
Okay, so it's
I would like to
13.
approve architecture and site application S-12. No,
S-13.
I did say that. in
Yeah,
the
we're fine. We don't need for you to say anything further then. Okay. Okay, so we have a motion before us by Commissioner Talsford to support architectural site application, to approve architectural site application S-13-035 with a second by Commissioner Bourgeois with the stated findings. Are there any other comments on the motion? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Mr. Paulson, are there appeal rights?
There are appeal rights. Anyone who's not satisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission can appeal that decision to the Town Council. The forms are available in the Clerk's Department. The appeal must be filed within 10 days, and there is a fee for filing the appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. We're going to take a 5-minute break to give everyone a chance to stretch for the moment, and then we do have a couple of desk items for the next agenda item to be sure that everyone's had a chance to review them.
Thank you.
We will reopen the meeting of the Planning Commission of the Town of Los Gatos for December 11, 2013. The next item on our agenda is a public hearing considering conditional use permit application U-13-12, subdivision application M-13004, negative declaration ND-13002, and architectural site application S-1320 through S-1327. That's requesting approval to allow the construction of 8 residential condominiums at 258 Union Avenue on property that's zoned C1. May I have a show of hands of the commissioners who visited the site? Everyone has. Are there any disclosures by a commissioner on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Avila, may we have a brief staff report?
I don't have much to add to the staff report, other than there is a desk item, and I hope everybody got a chance to see that. There were 2 letters received on the project that came in after the packets had been distributed. So those are both contained in the desk item. I was just informed this evening that the site was sort of secured with a fence and you couldn't get onto the site, so I hope that wasn't a problem for anybody. If I had realized that, I think I would have given the applicant a heads up to leave it unlocked for you, but staff is available if you have questions. We also have the development engineer present if you have engineering-based questions.
Are there questions of staff at this time? Commissioner Sayoc.
When the applicant came in, was there any discussion about just rezoning the land to residential instead of using a CUP to build residential on a commercial?
Well, this went through the CDAC, and that I don't believe that came up as a comment even at the CDAC level. It's certainly an option to rezone. It could potentially be, they could ask to rezone to RM. The reason they didn't ask for a rezoning is because residential is a use that's possible with a use permit in that zoning district. So it was an easier approach. But rezoning is possible.
Other questions of the staff at this time?
Can I add on to that a bit?
Sure.
There aren't any other RM zones abutting this site, so sometimes when someone comes in with a rezoning and there isn't any other zone, that designation isn't anywhere in the vicinity, then it might be considered spot zoning to do one site. So that's probably another reason why rezoning wouldn't be the best way to go with this one. And the site's too small to be a planned development. It needs to be at least 40,000 square feet before a PD could be proposed.
Commissioner Sayoc.
What does spot zoning mean? Just using
Doing an isolated site with a zoning designation that isn't anywhere in the immediate vicinity.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Avila. We'll now open the public portion of the public hearing and initially give the applicant an opportunity to address the commission for up to 5 minutes. I believe Chris Kummer will be representing the applicant. Mr. Kummer, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and we'd ask you before you leave this evening to fill out one of the speaker cards for the staff. Makes it easier for them to do the minutes.
Great. Thank you. My name is Chris Kummer of CKA Architects, and my address is 643 14th Avenue in Menlo Park. I wanted to start out just by thanking you for your service to the community and Chair Erickson and the commissioners, and thank you for your stamina. I really appreciate the work you're doing here, and I know it's going to go late, so thank you. To begin, as a native of Saratoga, I've spent a lot of time in Los Gatos and in this community that we're here to discuss. So together with Sean Wang and Kim Connor of Intero Real Estate and Sean of Valley One Investments, we really appreciate the opportunity to bring this project here tonight. Let's see. As you may know, this property was once O'Shea's Bar before it closed 15 years ago and then was demolished in 2001 and has sat vacant ever since. Over that time, the file shows no appetite for commercial development and multiple proposals for residential development. Most recently, there was a proposal for underground parking and 13 two-story condo units. this shows 7 two-story units at the rear. Here's Union Avenue at the bottom here. And they were proposing 6 two-story units on Union and then 7 at the rear. So this, like the other proposals that were made over this time, did not advance basically because of the reliance on a shared driveway as a means of access. As Suzanne mentioned, it's too small for a planned development, and so it doesn't support a roadway. Basically, you couldn't drive into the lot in one entrance and turn to various homes. You'd have to come up with another solution. So these previous proposals have failed largely on that. Now our design is a design with 4 separate driveways, and so each driveway accesses 2 homes each. So we took this idea to the CADC committee in October of last year, and we tried to take the feedback given there to heart. This is our proposal that we initially brought. What we did to change, based on the feedback we got, was we took this common area, put it in the middle here. We got rid of these front-facing garages, put them on the side. We reduced the square footage of the project by 10%. And let's see. We also were advised to use a variety of architectural styles. You'll see that in the renderings, Spanish, Monterey style, craftsman, bungalow styles that enhance the look of the homes. Then the project went through the C3 review, environmental review, consulting architect review, and we're happy that the staff has found this a strong proposal and was able to recommend approval to you. We reached out to the neighbors on Union Avenue, Howes Court, and Hirschner Court in the spring, again in the summer, and twice during the fall to discuss the project and make adjustments based upon those concerns with the neighbors. We were pleased that neighbors at 255 and 261 Howes were kind enough to set up separate meetings with us as we had requested. And from those meetings, windows were changed, screening was added, and a proposal to raise the fence between the properties was made to mitigate conflicts there. After being offered ample opportunity, we were disappointed that some of the other neighbors declined to engage in a constructive dialogue. Now, as for height and density, the property is currently surrounded by 2-story buildings on 3 sides. These black ones are the 2-story. This is a 15-unit development on the north, and we've got the black ones are 2 stories here. So this is a commercial property, or I'm sorry, an office use here. And so given this, the 2-story development that we're proposing is consistent with the surrounding properties. In terms of density, the municipal code outlines a maximum of 12 units per acre for medium density multifamily development. We are proposing...
We would ask you to wrap up as quickly as possible.
Thank you. I'll blast through this. This would allow for 10 units on our property, and we have decided to make a proposal with 8. So we've gone below what we would be allowed to build by 2 units. And you can see these densities. We're asking for 9.3 units per acre. There's 14 next to us. These duplexes are 11 units per acre, and so we fit comfortably within this neighborhood. Down here it's 7, and here it's 6. So generally speaking, we feel that this is a balanced proposal. It provides infill housing that the general plan would like to see, and we're pleased to have staff's recommendation of approval. And we're pleased tonight to give you the opportunity to approve this project to turn this long blighted property into hopefully attractive homes that will enhance the character of the neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Are there questions for the applicant? Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just want to ask you why you elected to use a condominium form?
As opposed to subdividing?
Well, as opposed to anything else. It's fairly unusual, and we've had one that I can think of,
Right.
where a condominium was proposed and ultimately approved. But there's always thought behind that, and you do have choices. So I'm wondering what your thought process was.
So I'll try to get this right. I think if we were to subdivide, we wouldn't be able to make minimum lot sizes. And I don't even know if we would be able to subdivide in this zone, because in the C1 zoning, the minimum lot size is quite large. So I think from a development point of view, the condominium is actually not desirable, but we couldn't find a better way, and so we're willing to work with that.
Commissioner Talsor.
Thank you very much. Do you want to get back up there? Thanks. So I'm reading the consulting architect's comments, and I wanted to know if you could tell us how you've addressed his concern. There's several, but two for right now are the parallel guest parking spaces and how they'll be requiring some maneuvering to get out of, and also the second floor windows between units 2 and 3.
So I worked through these with Larry, and the parallel parking, we simply just we mocked it up in our parking lot at our office and tried to do these, and we were comfortable with them, and staff found that they were small but workable. So Larry thought that was fine. He understood that it's a tight lot, and basically the determination was more parking is better.
Okay.
And in terms of the units 2 and 3, what we tried to do on these, working with Larry, was to raise windows in one unit so that it wouldn't look directly into the other. And so, let's see.
Did that happen?
It did, if I can find it. Let's see. So forgive me, I don't have the units all memorized. Let's see. Unit 3 on the north, you can see on sheet A33B.
Just a minute.
The top left hand.
Oh, sorry, that was my paper hitting the mic. Sorry about that. These mics are touchy tonight.
So that's the top left drawing on this sheet. And that shows that elevation in between units 2 and 3. So what we're trying to do is have these be high windows on one unit so they don't conflict with the neighboring unit. And so we worked through these with Larry quite a bit, and he felt pretty good about it. You can see on unit 2, that's a 3.2B, bottom left elevation, the south one, that we've done the same thing. Now, the two windows that go all the way down, one to the right is in a tub, and then kind of a bathtub in the corner that he felt a lot of people don't really use, and so it's going to have window coverings anyway and wouldn't be a concern. And then the laundry room windows do go down. Those are the two that go down.
Okay, so he did review that again, and
He did, and we came to, my understanding was we came to a pretty good agreement. I think where he left it was, this is a tight site. We understand you can't raise every single window, otherwise you're going to have a terrible house to live in. And so we did as much as we could, and I think he felt pretty good about it.
okay. Did you not consider frosted windows or obscured windows?
We did, and we decided not to do that, and,
Okay, thank you.
raising them was what we felt better.
All right, and then my last question for you is, can you explain to us the common area and how you envision this? And how anybody would get there? Talk to me how you go from Unit 5 to this common area, or Unit 8, and how it services, how you intend it to service this particular development?
So the driveways are common. Because this is a condominium development, the driveways are more or less commonly owned. So we figured that, you know, the 4 homes that surround the common area would certainly have easy access to it, and then the other people would, you know, use the driveways to get there and to walk down there. And it,
Do you have a drawing of A1 up on your presentation?
of A1, what kind of drawing?
It's just the layout,
The
the sheet A1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I thought you were referring to the unit. Yes, I'm looking at it right here.
I'm wondering if you might be able to throw it up there and just walk us through someone utilizing this area. I know that it was a concern at CDAC.
So at CDAC, you know, we had the common area in the front where it was easily
Right.
accessible. And the concern was, well, that's not really common. How are you going to create a community here? So our attempt was to put this back here and create kind of a space inside that could feel more communal. And so the idea is just to make a hangout. These units, 1 and 5, you know, they can walk. This one, 5, can walk through their gate here, cross the driveway and to the common area. Similarly, over here, they can walk. This doesn't have a
Do you
fence.
have a photograph of, or an elevation of the common area in the packet?
You know-
that I don't remember?
The best thing to look at is this sheet, LP1, the landscape plan. We just have a very simple design for a place to sit and some trees and some lawn. This is probably the best look at it.
Sorry. So it's a walkway, am I seeing this right? It's a walkway around the small, is that a grass area?
Yes, this in the center is a grass area, and then a couple of benches here, and some ornamental planting beneath 2 trees.
And what's the size of that area?
.800 square feet.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions for now.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
2 questions, and so it's while we're on the common area issue, since this is a condominium, what exactly would be owned in common? Would the entire property be owned in common, or would the private backyards be owned privately? If you could go through what would be owned in common?
So I'm going to give you a best guess because we've started that process, but waiting for this process to unfold, we haven't, fully gone down that road. But here's where we are right now: is that these, for example, this. Let's take Unit 2 here. They own their front yard outright, so they own this whole front yard, and they would own their building outright, and they would own, in this case, their side yard outright, and then the driveways would be common. They actually own their little trash enclosure themselves. Similarly, back here, they would own, their backyard outright, and not this front area. Of course, that's the common area. Then they would own their building outright and up to their fences outright. And just sort of apply that across.
Okay, but
does that
that answers my question. Do you guys want to follow up on that? Because I wanted to go into another question.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
The subdivision map we have before us is a single parcel subdivision map. And my understanding of condominiums is it's airspace. Yet you've said they're going to own in fee a piece of a single parcel, which would be a further subdivision.
So, okay, I'm not an expert in this, but it's 2 parcels right now. Parcels. It's 2 lots. They're going to be merged into 1 lot, and that's what our tentative map shows. the question is, tentative map is showing how many lots? It's going to be one lot. Now, in terms of division in the condo agreement and divided by the state, that's where this comes in. So there's a further subdivision that doesn't show on the, I was going to say it doesn't show on the assessor's map. I'm not quite sure how those show. But it's, for this purposes, we were instructed just to show how the lots were merged. Trang, you can help me if I've got this wrong.
When somebody wants to buy one of these units.
Right, they're going to have a description of what they own.
I know, but you're suggesting they're going to own fee and land?
They're going to own, yeah, they are going to own, at least the way we talked about it, they were going to own this area outright, and then there would be a common, no?
No.
All right, somebody help me. John, you have, I mean.
This is not a test, so I'm not. Why don't we just ask staff, because it's a single lot subdivision and people are going to, I think, own airspace. But why don't we ask staff?
No, so we've talked with our attorneys about this.
Well, I've got a map in front of me that you want us to approve.
Right.
It has no
one
lots
lot.
in it.
That is correct, and that's how we
It's
want
units.
it. But they're going to subdivide it in the condo mapping process to create separate ownership. That's my understanding.
You're absolutely right. It's one single lot, and what they will own is strictly just the airspace and the use of it. The land underneath it will be owned by one entity that they are going to have to pitch in and dealing with through the HOA and the DRE process.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to give you a bad time on that. I was just trying to find out what the deal is.
So we have, okay, thank you. I don't want to belabor it. Sorry about that.
Back to Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you. All right, moving on a little bit from that topic is so, you know, we've had applications similar to this and struggled with what is kind of a hybrid between a more traditional condo complex and maybe a small lot single family home development somewhere in between here. I'm just curious, I mean, did you consider attached units at all, and why or why not? And you obviously chose not to go in that direction. I'm just curious.
Initially we did, and you know, just concern about approvability of something that would be bulky, and desirability of something like this that would, you know, appear to be a home that somebody could own, not attached to somebody else. So I think those two things combined helped us make that decision.
Okay, and then one more, if I may, and this is changing gears a little bit. You talked about your outreach to the neighbors in your opening statements, and I may have missed it, but in your letter that you submitted, you talked about one final round of outreach is planned for the week of December 2nd. I'm just curious, did that happen, and was there anything to add from the neighbors' input, or did you make any additional changes based on that? Or
we did not. No, we went around and spoke with some of the neighbors. It was nice of them to talk with us. I did meet with Pat Scanura, who was very nice to come on the property with me and discuss some of the windows and whatnot. We talked about the fencing, and that was something I had Suzanne help us add into the report just to make sure it's clear that we want to take that wall between the properties and extend it as high as we can to afford as much privacy that way.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. I was part of the CDAC when you first appeared before us, and so in some ways I see that you've solved a few of the issues that we raised, but my concern now is more, and of course I could not get onto the property, but I did drive the neighborhoods, and I myself was concerned as to what was happening at the rear of the property in terms of the height of the buildings staring down into the backyards. And even though many of those homes are two-story themselves, which means that window is going to face window, I couldn't help but feel like maybe the backyards, there just wasn't enough depth to them. And so I wondered if you had considered any kind of almost like a staggered design that could have brought the rear buildings, or perhaps not as many rear buildings, but somehow brought them forward and made those backyards deeper. I see, I mean, rectangularly, they're large, but depth-wise, they are not.
No, we didn't explore staggering that much. With the challenges that we have, I guess we prioritized the common area and these concerns about parking. And so you'll see that, the common area, it would be difficult to stagger these units if we were trying to fit some kind of common area here. And, frankly, the lot, trying to give ourselves some backyards in these units made it challenging. So we didn't explore that. What we tried to do is vary the facades there and try to make them successful from, the view of the neighbors. It's also worth noting that these lots don't back straight on our lot, just given how the court is subdivided. And so the angles that they view things at are not head-on, which we feel is favorable for the application.
If I could just ask a follow-up question then. In the rear units, on the floor plan, I noticed that the right-hand side is really made up of closets and master bathrooms, and then there is a master bedroom. If I'm understanding these floor plans correctly, the master bedroom of the units face the neighbors in the back. Am I correct? I'm on A3.1A. Just looking at a second floor plan.
A3.1A, this is unit 1.
And, I mean, we can go to one of the units in the back.
Yes, the unit, if you look at A3.8A, I'll just throw that. So this is actually on the property line here. We're trying to, this is the office use to the right. And so, yes, the master bedroom does have one view out the back here and high windows, small windows on the side.
So what I'm asking about the master bedroom window that does face the back, is there a way to make those very high windows?
So this is the tension that we've kind of a push and pull that we found ourselves in. Larry was urging us to, the consulting architect was urging us to raise these windows, and we need to provide some kind of fire egress. And so because he was concerned about the proximity between units, we worked out, raising those sills so that there wouldn't be people staring at each other at very close proximity. And, the thought was that with these windows, they're not huge, but they allow us that fire escape. And because the other properties are 40 plus feet away, that would be acceptable.
So for fire purposes, a window in a bedroom needs to be at regular height.
Well, yes, at 42 inches.
Right. And you've selected the windows in the back.
Correct. Because of the proximity to between the units, it would be challenging to do that from the consulting architect's point of view and our point of view.
Right, thank you.
Commissioner Sayak.
Okay. I'd like to take a step back and talk about the actual land use of the parcel in question. Now, in your application, it's commercial, designated as commercial, and in your letter of justification, Exhibit 11, you state that a realtor familiar with the history confirms that there's little interest for commercial. Can you just explain what are the factors that your research has shown that makes it undesirable for it to be commercial?
So just two things. Well, I should say three. The gentleman came to the CADC hearing and simply, this was the realtor for the person who sold the property, and said that they had owned the property for years and there hadn't been any interest in commercial development. If you look in the file for the property, I'm not going to get these numbers exact, but there are 4 or 5 proposals for residential development, and I don't remember a single one for commercial development. Lastly, across the street, it's not even full. And so the shopping center across the street is not full. So they're having and that turned over because I assume that the property's not making a lot of money. And so just recently. So that put together, makes it seem like there's not a huge desire for commercial there. Yeah.
And one more question. Based on what you've submitted and also based on your letter, it appears that you want to build 8 single-family homes, but you don't meet the minimum, the required minimum lot sizes. And so we're moving into this condominium version of it.
And it's not zoned residential, so we wouldn't be able to do that.
Correct.
Right.
But I'm having trouble reconciling that you're in all essence, there are 8 single-family homes, yet you don't meet the requirements we would impose on an applicant for a single residential home. So why should you differ in what we would normally require of people based on this property?
So this, like the proposal I had shown you, it could be developed as a multifamily property, right? So we could have 10 attached units on this, and that's a residential use, and they just happen to be attached. Really no different in the sense that people are residing in them and they just happen to share walls. So this is, we thought, a better way to do it. It's a softer look for the community, and it's more desirable, in development. One last point about the commercial use. It's sat vacant for 15 years, zone commercial, and nobody's picked it up. And so it seemed like it had ample sort of time to turn over in a commercial way.
Other questions for the applicant at this point in time? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Just following up on that. I'm concerned about the homes to the rear of the property. Looking at your story poles, it's fairly high back there, and if I owned the lot right behind that fence, I'd be concerned about yours. And we've been talking about possibilities, and I suppose you could have asked to build, as you say, 10 units in a single structure, which I assume would have moved the rear of the structure further away from the rear property line. Is that a bad assumption or possible assumption? Well, not that.
But I'm saying, there would have been a judgment to make about if you put things together where you put the block, right?
Well, Commissioner Bourgeois asked you a question, as I understood it at least. If you were to build and I'm not urging this at all, but if you build a single structure having, let's say, 8 to 10 units, it would take up a lot less ground space. That being the case, you could obviously move it further away. There's no question that Union has a lot of fairly good-sized units on it. On the other hand, as soon as you get back towards the neighborhoods, you have the clash. And again, I'm just thinking out loud with you, and I'm not recommending this at all, but did you consider building just like one building, one building with traditional condominiums in it, further away than from the rear neighbors?
In the beginning, we talked about building one building and dismissed it, again, because of the desirability and, frankly, how it would, my perception would be how it would look in the neighborhood. It would be certainly a new thing. And so where we landed was, we have the same requirement at the rear here as the neighbors on Howes and Hirschner have. We have a 20-foot height max. We have a 20-foot setback, just like they do. So we figured, hey, we're afforded the same development rights they are there. And because their lots are skewed, again, their homes, by and large, angle away, and they're much further away. And so we felt that was at least sort of softened it back there. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant at this point in time? Thank you, Mr. Gore, for your patience. We'll now invite comments from members of the public to address us on this item. If you've not already turned in a speaker card, we would ask you to do that at this point in time so that we could call you in proper order. When you're called to speak, we would remind you to state your name and address for the record. You will have up to 3 minutes to speak. When the little yellow light goes on, you're down to 30 seconds. We would call Shiping Sui first.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Chiping Siu. I live in 261 House Court. We live in a single-story house, so right at the rear of this development. So I have a picture here describing I have a pool in the yard. So the pool right here, and then that's the story post right here. So with this development, what we do in the backyard, we see all the houses, and then they have windows overlooking our pool, and I think we lost a lot of privacy in our house. So we are opposing this development as it is right now. I think we could do a less dense development. It will benefit us. We welcome the development, but I think if we could do 4 houses at the front and then 2 houses at the back, or 4 houses, separate houses, then we won't have these tall buildings right in front of right at the back of our yard, and it's quite tall. And then when we go out to the yard, we only see buildings, so very distressing for us. So. So there was a proposal to put some trees in the boundary, but I think the trees might die, and it's not a permanent solution. I think we recommend the Commission consider only approving development of less dense houses there. That's all.
So we have some questions for you, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you for your presentation. Can you tell me how long you have owned your home?
We bought the house in 2000, so it's 14 years.
And from the back of your house to the fence, how many feet would that be?
Well, it depends because it's in a triangular lot. So
in the deepest part.
The deepest part. To the fence, I would say like 50 feet, maybe 40 feet or 50 feet.
And then if we took into consideration where your pool is,
yes,
from the pool to the fence, because that picture is not very clear for me, but from the pool to the fence, how many feet?
The fence is like only 3 feet, very close to the fence.
All right. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just have one, sir, I just have one question. Do you have a 1-story house or a 2-story house?
1-story house.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Shigong Lu.
Hi, good evening. This is Shigong Liu. I live in 259 House Court, just right behind the proposed building. Actually, because we are at the end of the court, so we have a long backyard. We're facing, I think, 2 or 3, almost 3 new houses just behind our house. And we have the living room, master room. We're facing west. So not currently we have the sunshine during afternoon time. But if the new building is up, we almost get no sunshine anymore. And we have 2 kids, 10 years kids. They played a lot of time in the living room, and also like our master bedroom, also the backyard. They are just open to the new buildings if they have as the proposal, they have big windows facing down. And I also took 2 pictures from a a master bedroom. You see, it's not so clear. This is the new proposed building. It's very close to from the window we can see. It will block almost all the window. So currently, every morning we can open the window to see the blue sky. But if the building is up, when we open the window, we will see a building and a window, maybe someone standing there looking down. And this is another picture. This is also, this is the bed, our master bedroom. This is the bed, and this is the building. They totally block our backhand view. So personally, I object to this proposal. I think they have no problem if they have two-story buildings, just not so close to the neighbors. Especially don't block the sunshine, don't peer through, open the big window, peer down to the neighborhood. I think that's our main concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Thank you very much. Maureen Heberling.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Maureen Heberling. I live at 291 Hirschner Court, and I've lived there since 1969. The property directly behind me is San Jose, and that's where these 15 units are located. And when they tried to put those 15 units in, we originally met with the builder, requested they reduce the density, and we're told no way. Also sent letters to City of San Jose and appeared there before their council. And anything I said was just kind of thrown in the waste paper basket. When these properties were being developed, during the preparation for the construction, heavy equipment was brought in to compact the soil. This caused pictures to fall off the walls. It caused cracks inside the house and the exterior walls to both myself and my neighbor. Also made my neighbor very ill. She was in her 80s at the time. The construction hours at that time for San Jose were 7 in the morning until 7 in the evening. However, they badly abused those hours. There are many times, and I was working full-time at the time, that I was wakened at 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning with power tools, the sound of power tools. They were doing work inside the house. There were a couple of times that they worked on the exterior of the house until 11 o'clock at night. I have zero privacy in my backyard. There are 5 units that look down into my backyard. 3 units can look directly into my home. Therefore, I keep my curtains closed in my bedroom, my living room, and my family room. I have a leap home just like these other people. There are some trees, but trees have died. The leaves are gone in the wintertime. We turn our lights on earlier, therefore even more lack of privacy. Also, PG&E has cautioned me about planting more trees because there's all power lines that run all along that area. We've had 2 power outages in 2 different years because of trees rubbing against wires and breaking them, so we've been many hours without power. The townhouse foundations, or condos, if you will, are 8 feet apart behind me. So you walk out into my backyard and you're just hit with a wall of buildings. The property is approximately 4 feet higher than mine, and I have water runoff. Every year I've had to put money out for drainage in my backyard, and I'm concerned about my neighbors having to go through the same thing. I was wading up to my ankles in water, but I was concerned about my foundation, therefore I've put the money out. To sum it up real quick, I wish you would carefully check the elevation between House Court, Hirschner Court, and 258 Union Avenue. It is higher, therefore it makes the buildings even higher, which is what I have. Require that there be a drainage system to be installed so that these people do not have runoff into their backyards. Please have the neighbors notified when they're going to be using this heavy equipment for the compacting of the soil so that they can leave for the day or some other arrangements can be made. It is awful.
We'd ask you to wrap up as quickly as
Okay.
possible.
I would like you to reduce the number of homes from 8 to 4 single-story, single-family homes. And I'd really like to see some more meetings. I was not notified of any of these meetings. I gladly would have gone and see if they can't come up with a win-win solution. And most of all, please don't let my neighbors be bullied as I was bullied with the city of San Jose. My property value has gone down. I could sell my house if I wanted to, but it was a really bad experience. It still is. I don't have any privacy in my backyard. I can't use it. And they're going to put up with the same thing, lack of privacy in their homes, lack of privacy in their backyards, and I really don't want it to happen to them.
Thank you very much. We would now call Lancy Yu.
Good evening, all the planner commissioners. My name is Lancy Yu, and I'm the property owner of 261 House Court. Shipping Seal is a husband, and we have been living in the property for 13 years. I'm basically I will be repeating exactly what my husband is saying, but since it's my only chance to talk to you, so I want to take my chance, even 1 minute, to say the same thing. I'm concerned about the development of the condominiums. I have a swimming pool, like my husband said. I have swimming in the yard, and when I walk out to the yard and look at the post that was set up to lay out what the future condominiums will look like, I just felt that they were just too high and too close to my yard, too close to my pool, and too close to my house. And since it's from my east side, it will be blocking the sunlight from the east. So I sincerely hope that the constructor will decrease the number of houses and also change the buildings to a single story so that I could continue to enjoy my privacy. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Scanera.
Hi, thank you for allowing us to, voice our concerns. I live at 255 House Court. I've lived there since 2005. I reached out and wanted to walk the property because I had some, concerns. The elevation of the property is high when you walk it, and the fence on my side doesn't seem, I'm in back of, it would be the majority of Unit 8 is what would impact me. It just seems like it's higher when you're walking that property line, looking down, and also there doesn't seem like there's much of a yard there. So I was kind of concerned because the story poles didn't, tell the complete story. So I reached out and I wanted to walk the property. My husband and I, my pool is not directly behind it. There is another building which I later learned was like a medical rehab facility, which might be why I smell marijuana back there sometimes. But this development, I'm not opposed to it. I actually think that it's something that I welcome because it really looks like garbage right now. I think they've done a very good job at the design. I do think they should reduce the number of units. And I think that, wait, let me have my notes. I'm kind of nervous. I'm sensitive to the fact that my neighbor next door is really getting the brunt of the development. And, being that we are taxpayers, I think that we should have more weight than somebody that is a potential taxpayer to, you know, how this project should be developed. But, you know, I'll wrap it up and say, I'm not opposed to it. I believe it should be reduced to single-family homes or 4 units. That's what, do you have any questions?
Other questions for the speaker?
Oh, and the water issue. I'm glad that she brought that up because I'm kind of concerned about that, the runoff, because it does feel higher. The grade of that property feels higher. So if there is development and there is, you know, there's not a lot of rain here in California, but when there is rain, if it does run off, I do envision that that's a potential problem. But I do want to compliment Chris because he was very accommodating, discussed, you know, he had a dialogue, which is excellent. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
We'll call now Lee Cantano.
Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue. Excuse me. To me, this appears to be an attempt to circumvent the need for a general plan amendment and a rezoning of this property. Technically, by doing it this way, it's not spot zoning on paper, but the effect is the same. Also, the result of a CUP used in this manner results in a general plan that is not consistent with what has actually been built there. There have been other examples in town of commercial uses with residentials above or behind them, and I believe some of those have been approved with PDs. There have also been, I believe, residential condos that, at least one that was approved, I believe, with the CUP, but I'm not quite sure about that. The question is, what zone should this actually be? If there is actually no, and general plan, if there's actually no need for more commercial in that area, then perhaps it should be amended to a residential general plan designation and a residential zoning. It's also not clear to me what is the proper zone to use as your standard. If it's a commercial zoning, then you have one set of requirements, and for this particular unit or proposal, you need to increase the side and rear setbacks to 20 feet, and in addition, 1 foot for every foot over 20 feet height of the buildings. It would be possible. Oh, I also mentioned that the minimum lot size for commercial is 0, so that's not a reason to not change. Also, residential duplex general plan or zoning and multiple family residential zoning have 8,000 square foot minimum, so that could be possible too. In terms of compatibility, I went to the site, I walked up and down several times, and basically what I noticed was that the units to the north, while they are in courts, there's a greater feeling of space. The driveways are considerably wider, and the houses are 2, 2, and 1, and the one in the back is lower. Basically, this development looks from the street taller than the houses in San Jose. The office is about the same size, but it's well set back, much further from the street, with only a small portion of it as a one-story element towards the front. And the duplexes to the south of that are 1 story. The parking garages are off the front, and they have the appearance of 1-story buildings. So I think there's issues with both the compatibility of the design and also the appropriateness of using a CUP in this particular space.
Thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm just kind of jealous. You actually walked the site? I couldn't get on the site.
Oh, I didn't get on the site.
Oh.
I walked
I feel better.
forth.
Okay, thank you.
And walked around and looked at the houses a block away and around the corner and, you know, to get a general feeling.
Other questions for the speaker? Thank you very much. We can call John Yeager.
Hello, thank you for letting us talk to you today. All of the homeowners along the back wall have submitted letters expressing our concerns with the proposed development. I know if the project as planned was built at the time I purchased my property a year and a half ago, it would have made the property a lot less desirable. People do not want a wall of house overlooking their property. Nowadays, it seems that builders want to cram as many houses on a lot as they can. People buy homes in this area of Los Gatos to have homes as they used to make them, with a little bit of yard and some privacy. The original development here was all single-story LEAP-style homes. They have windows all on the back of the house. Currently, I enjoy privacy in my home and not have to curtain my residence day and night because there's not a two-story property overlooking my wall. The owner of 258 Union wants to change that. Also, I have a jacuzzi in the back corner of my property. The plan at 258 Union will make it so if we are sitting in it, someone could look directly down on me, my wife, and small children from windows in a planned deck patio. Plus, sure, they can put a wall of trees in front of the towering wall of houses, so in that case, I'll lose an hour or two of light, depending on the time of year, and since trees can thin over time, I will lose the privacy I had. In addition, due to the sloping of the land in this area, the property at 258 Union is a few feet higher. This makes these plans homes tower over me even higher. Please see some pictures I've taken in my yard. So this picture here shows the relative size of the structures compared to our 6-foot wall. This picture shows where my jacuzzi sits, and you can see the orange clearly right above it. Right?
Mr. Yeager, we can, if you take the mic with you, it'd be great. It pulls out.
Okay, you can clearly see the orange sitting right above it. This is the view if I'm sitting in my jacuzzi. There are windows there. This is the view of my house at night from the angle directly from Unit 6 and 5. If the lights are on in the back of my house, you can see inside my whole house. And over on the far right, it's rather faint, is my bedroom windows. Because of the angle and the fact that they're higher, you actually can see into my bedroom window right in my closet where I would change clothes. I don't want to live behind curtains always. I bought a house here because I don't want to live in an apartment-like lifestyle. I also want to say this proposed development is not like other recent medium-density developments in Los Gatos, such as Laurel Muse, which has its own entire block, and Montecito, which is adjacent to already two-story apartments. Those developments do not overlook single-family homes. My home also faces the development directly. I'm not facing away. I'll see this every day. Why not change the zone to residential R1 so that development would fit in with the existing neighborhood? Rezoning would allow subdivision. They'd be 8K per unit. It works perfect. Please do not, the developer, build 8 two-story condos as they would in San Jose. The owner of 258 Union's large profits will be at the expense of our home values and our privacy. I forgot to mention, besides privacy, there'll also be noise from second-story windows that we will hear that I don't now. I have a single-story unit.
Are there questions for Mr. Yeager? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now give the applicant up to 3 minutes to add any further comments that he would like to. Mr. Coomer, our alternatives.
Yeah, so my name is Sean Wan, and I'm the managing member of Valley One. So I would take a short note about, a quick response to the neighbors who just said about. So first of all, Mr. Su's house to the wall is about, we measured it's about 70 feet. It's not even 30 feet or something. And Mr. Liu's house, his house, I just want to mention, his house is 2 stories and much larger than the average house we're proposing. And his picture is taking, I think it's from the first story. I don't know if I'm right or not wrong. It's probably not from the master. It's maybe the backside of the screen room. So that's what I'm guessing, because we from the side, we can see it. The third thing is thanks to Ms. Herbeling about the drainage. We have the drainage plan in our proposal, And the bulk of the dirt in the middle of the development, in the middle of the land, is going to be hallway. It's not going to be sitting there. We're not going to be, the leveling is not on the dirt on the side. We're not going to be higher than any neighbors. So the fourth one I want to mention is we have tried so many times to try to talk to the neighbors, and some of them just didn't even want to talk to us. And two of them had a very constructive way to talk to us, and we sit down and they talk to us, and what are their concerns are, and we definitely going to be taking those consideration in. And the last one I want to say is our development is definitely not the large development in the entire neighborhood. Our density is in the middle range, and we are not even pushing to the limit of the allowed the density. And also, I want to say, some neighbors pointed out that their house value is going to decrease, and I don't think this is the fact, because this a single family house, as you can see from the picture, is going to be very decent development, and it's going to increase all the neighbors' house value compared to the vacant lot or a commercial development, restaurant, or actually this C1 zone is allowed for us to they allow us to develop even store or supermarket. So this development will fit into the entire neighborhood, and it's going to increase the neighbors' house value. Also, we see this one, the privacy that the neighbors are concerning, we see this as our priority as well when we designing our house. So I don't see we are going to add, so this development is going to create a very excellent buffer for the neighbors in the rear side, since we are going to block the noise for them. We're going to block the lights, the night lights. So, and also they're going to serve, all the traffic, all the noise from the opposite street from Union, that commercial complex will be blocked. We feel that we are this project will benefit. It's going to be help them to to serve the privacy and also the traffic noise.
Thank you. Thank you very. Go ahead. Sure.
Connor, I'm with Intero Real Estate. I live in San Jose. When we were looking at the original plan, we took great strides to consider the houses that were directly behind us, how the lots were coming into the property and minimizing the view from bedrooms. We considered balconies. We got rid of some of those for privacy purposes. Our 20 feet plus the 20 feet plus with all those different angles coming in really don't, it's not an impediment. They're not looking over directly into the yards. John mentioned that his jacuzzi's right up against the fence. If you're right here, you can't look, he's got tree covers. His trees cover everything in his backyard, and you can't look directly down into his jacuzzi area. And the property he's got a screen room in the back of his house, and the view from his bedroom is blocked actually by that, where he showed the light in that window. So we took a lot of those things into consideration in the windows and everything.
Thank you. Let's see if there are questions. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I don't know who to direct this question to, so you'll have to tell me. I'm interested in some explanation of your shadow study on A3. There's been some discussion about shadowing from these, particularly units on the back. So if you kind of would take us through what this shows us on that question.
Thank you for the question. Well, here we go. So, I'm sorry, this shows up quite dark, so you might have to look at your copy better. I guess what we're trying to show is, here is high noon. This is when the sun is highest in June, right? So there's the smallest amount of shadow. Then this is the worst case here at the bottom right, and I'm sorry, this just bleeds out, so it's hard to see it. But this is the evening in the winter. And so the left here of this diagram is the west. And so in the late evening in the winter, that's when shadows are cast the greatest. Here is in the summer in the afternoon. You'll see the shadows just reaching the fence. And I guess so, you know, as in any condition, the winter in the evening is going to be the worst time.
The drawing you have for December 21st at 10 a.m., I think I know what that says, but would you tell me? The shadow. I mean, when I look
so
at
this is the, you know, this is the east here. So in December 21st, the sun is going to be low in the east. And so these homes are casting shadows towards 258 Union, right? And so in the morning in December, we are not casting a single shadow that way.
And on December 21st, at noon, I guess it would straight up, basically straight up.
Well, you know, right, it's a little lower, of course, in December.
Right.
But it doesn't seem to affect the other properties.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant?
Can I sneak one thing in? We have a full drainage plan, so the water has to stay on the site. That's just mandated by the C3 requirements. And there was a bunch of soil that was dumped on the lot by the previous owner. That all has to go, and that's what Sean's referring to in terms of the height.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we will close the public portion of the public hearing, and I'll turn to fellow commissioners for comments. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner O'Donnell.
What's interesting about this particular proposal, because it is a residential use in a commercial neighborhood, there seems to be at least one level more of protection. That is to say, you must make findings for the conditional use permit that you wouldn't normally have to make. And as you all know, and as it's pointed out here, there'll be some questions that arise from the conditional use permit. But then we also have to decide on the subdivision map, and there also, I think there are 7 questions that you have to satisfy. So I find this interesting that although I'm not a fan of using condos in this situation, a commercial property, it turns out that maybe it's harder for an applicant to satisfy the requirements than it would otherwise be. So I simply point that out. So that's it.
Commissioner Sayoc.
Okay. I think I alluded a little bit based on the comments. I'm having some trouble. I'm very troubled by the mechanism by which this is being presented to us. I feel that there's an equity question when, again, it looks like you're trying to build 8 single-family homes, yet you don't need to follow the requirements that we would impose on a homeowner, meaning the lot sizes. And I understand that because we're using the commercial designation and you're doing the CUP, but I still don't, to me, that's not a justification for why you shouldn't be following the minimum requirements that a residentially zoned home should follow. I would have preferred seeing this a general plan amendment and a rezoning. If it's truly a residential and there's no other commercial on the site and it will not be residential once you build the homes, it's residential. And I feel like a rezoned is the appropriate way to proceed.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Could we get some clarification from staff, including the attorney? I share that feeling. On the other hand, I've been led to believe, at least, that this is a perfectly, not one I like, but a perfectly legal way to do it. And I guess I'm concerned if it's a perfectly legal way to do it, and we say we're going to turn it down because we don't feel good about this, that probably won't help our denial. So if we were going to deny it, I'd like to do it on the basis of some legally sustainable reason. So I'm directing a question to staff. Is there anything about what they're doing that is not fully compliant with our laws, our codes?
No. The zoning code allows us a conditional use permit for a multifamily residential condo in the C1 zone. If that wasn't a permitted use in the zoning code, we wouldn't be having this conversation in the first place. And so there's nothing that they are circumventing from the code standpoint. There are other areas of town that have office uses that have residential uses on them, and some of them have had to come back and get CUPs. This is obviously a little bit of apples and oranges because they're single-family homes, but nothing in this proposal is circumventing the town code other than, as Commissioner Sayoc points out, it's not what you would otherwise typically see for a detached single-family project.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Getting to the to my view of the substance of the matter, we have to, as I said before, make a required findings for conditional use permit, which is set forth at 5, and I would have some difficulty saying that the project density will provide an adequate transition between the townhouses to the north and the duplexes to the south, which you'd have to do, I believe, to approve the conditional use permit. Also, in condition number 4, is the proposed use of the property is in harmony with the various elements and objectives of the general plan and the purposes of the town code as detailed in the December 11th, 2013 Commission report. Then, if you look at the Subdivision Map Act findings, unless you can make all of the findings A through G, or D, pardon me, A through G, you don't approve the subdivision map. And I have trouble with D, which is the site is not physically suitable for the proposed density of the development. So I think that it's a good job of designing it, but I am troubled by the density. And I think both the conditional use permit requirements and the Subdivision Map Act requirements raise questions as to whether we could make the required findings. So I throw that out for discussion because I would like to move away from our feeling about why are they doing this way, if it's perfectly legal, to getting down to the substance. Do we think it is properly designed? Is it too dense? Something that we could fit within the requirements that have to be met.
Commissioner Smith.
I would have to support Commissioner O'Donnell's view of this. If we move from the technicality of the zoning onto the design of the property itself, I personally would find it difficult to state that the design at this time meets the criteria that I look at physically for how many houses are on the lot, the size of them, and the intrusion in the neighborhoods. So I know we have a technical legal question, but to me we also have a design issue that that does not make me feel confident that the design that I'm looking at is the best design for that property. So those are just my comments.
Commissioner Telesfor.
I will jump right on that bandwagon because as I'm looking at this design, and we do have, that's one of the considerations we have to make, is required by architecture and site, that the houses are well designed. They're well designed perhaps from the front, but this is 360 design. And what I see here, and I guess what I noticed is that the developer felt that they had met the concerns of the neighbors. And yet, from the photographs we've seen tonight, I see an entire wall that goes for several hundred feet, and it's flat, and that's how it's presented. That speaks to design. That speaks to articulating buildings, which speaks to the whole idea that perhaps there's too many units here if you can't articulate these designs and, not make that straight wall in the back. Also, what speaks to, for me, is your common area. I can see it servicing 4 units. I don't see the other units feeling a part of it. I just don't get that part. That's always been hard for me. So with that, I would have a hard time approving this.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'm generally on the same page as all the comments that have been made so far. I would like to comment, though, that I think we need to be careful about when we talk about density and saying it's, I think it's the density of these types of units. I think you could have 8 units, maybe 9, maybe 10 units on this site of an attached feature. So I would be careful about how we use the term density. I think we need to use it in the context of this type of product.
Yes.
And not so much the number of units. So that would just be my one caution when we're articulating a motion for denial or whatever modifications we decide to make.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I guess if everybody is through commenting, I'll attempt the motion. And the motion would be to deny. Now, the CUP, let me get my straight. We make a recommendation on the CUP, don't we?
You're the final review authority.
The final
for
review,
this.
okay. Then the motion would be that we would deny the requested permissions, because there are, I guess, 3 of them. And the bases would be, as stated by Commissioner Bourgeois, that the density for this particular design is not consistent with, under the conditional use permit requirements set forth in Exhibit 5, page 1, a reasonable transition between the townhouses in the front and the residential neighborhood in the back. And also that the proposed use of the property as proposed, would not be against higher density on that property, but as proposed, it would not be in harmony with the various elements and objectives of the general plan and purposes of the town code, as described in paragraph 4 on Exhibit 5. So that goes to the CUP. On the Subdivision Map Act, which we would have to approve, I could not make the finding, or I could not make the finding that the site is physically suitable for the proposed density of the development as proposed. Again, as Commissioner Bourgeois said, I'm not saying you couldn't put that number of units on, but as presently designed, I think it is too dense insofar as the impact of the layout of the buildings are concerned. So, I'm not sure if we're being, let me take a look here for a second, what else we're being asked to do. Okay, we've got the negative declaration. I don't have a problem with that. The architecture and site applications, we're also being asked whether we approve that or not. I think that the design is quite good. The problem is that as the design goes to the back units, there's nothing wrong with the design as such, except that I believe the units back there, for the reasons I previously stated, are not consistent with those requirements. And therefore, I could not approve, and my motion should include, a denial of the architecture and site applications for those reasons. And so I think that covers the 4 things we've talked about: conditional use permit, subdivision application, negative declaration was fine, and the architectural and site application. So unless I get more help from staff, that would be my motion. Staff is talking, so should we forget something there?
No, just for clarification, it's for the mitigated neg deck that you're comfortable adopting the mitigated neg deck, even
My
though we're
motion would say
denying the
yes.
other applications.
We have a motion by Commissioner O'Donnell. The chair will second the motion. So do we have further discussion of the motion as articulated by Commissioner O'Donnell? If not, all in favor say aye of the motion. Aye. Opposed? It passes unanimously. Are there appeal rights?
There are appeal rights. Anyone that's not satisfied with the Planning Commission's decision can appeal that decision to the Town Council. The forms are available in the Clerk's Department. The appeal must be filed within 10 days, and there is a fee for filing the appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. The next item on our agenda is a public hearing considering architectural site application S-13-073, which is requesting approval to exceed the maximum floor area ratio for an existing single-family residence at 52 Oak Hill Way on property which is owned R1D. May I have a show of hands from the commissioners who visited the property under consideration? Everyone has. Are there any disclosures by a commissioner for this item? Seeing none, while we're waiting for Ms. Savage to sit down, we have been given to us some materials by the applicant. We'll distribute at this point in time, and he'll cover those when we call on him. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Savage.
Good evening again, Chair, Commissioners. The project before you contains a residence that was approved by the Planning Commission in September of 2008. During the review and process of that application, there were considerations that were taken into account due to the slope of the lot. And there were two factors with the existing residence that the slope influenced. One was the open space or lack thereof, and the second was the floor area ratio. The existing residence has 3 levels, 2 of which have some outdoor space, and the Planning Commission approved that outdoor space to substitute for open space, outdoor space that the property would not have otherwise had due to the steep slope. In review, the Planning Commission, or in approval, the Planning Commission put a deed restriction on the property, required one, in that the space in the mid-level, the covered deck at the mid-level could not be enclosed. And then the second factor in terms of the floor area ratio, that also they did not approve it to go over the existing floor area. And in this application, the applicant is requesting to make some modifications to 1, potentially enclose that mid-level deck, and 2, to exceed the floor area ratio. The request to exceed the floor area ratio, although it would be exceeding the maximum floor area ratio, it is compatible with the neighborhood in terms of square footage. And if you don't take slope into account, it is also compatible with the immediate neighborhood in terms of floor area as well. This concludes staff presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. Are there questions for the staff? Seeing none, we will now open the public portion of the public hearing and give the applicant an opportunity to address the commission for up to 5 minutes. I believe Devlin Creighton will.
Hello. Thank you guys for being here, especially so late. When I found out you guys were volunteers, I was just shocked because you guys do such a professional job, and it's very important for this town. It's a great town. My wife and I purchased the vacant lot in 2011. We inherited the plans that came along with it, so this is my first time in front of the Planning Commission. We built the house pretty much as planned in 2012, and we've been living in it since the end of 2012. We just finished our first year. We love living in Los Gatos. It's been great to us. I've been working closely with Jennifer on trying to make some useful, some space that's not useful to us from the inherited plans useful to us. And in doing so, there are a couple issues that you guys have to address, and that's why we're here tonight. We have 2 covered patios, as Jennifer described, and I'll throw a picture up here, and I gave you copies of those as well. Maybe I won't. Well, they're in your packet. It's the first page there. The pictures show 2 covered patios. The upper one has been exceptionally useful to us. We have enjoyed it immensely. We have a fire pit there, a bunch of outdoor seating, and so this one right here. And that one we would definitely like to keep open, and it's the one that has the deed restriction that requires us to do so. This is our current layout of that space. Coming in from the outside, from the rear looking in, you see the outdoor furniture and the fire pit, and then below that is from inside the house looking out, and you can see our view of the town and balcony. We'll get back to that because there's a small modification that we'd have to get approved in order to go as presented, and so that we can talk about later. The downstairs does not have the same deed restriction. It is available to be enclosed, and to do so, though, would require a FAR exception. And some of the space is below grade, so it's not counted. All in all, it's 675 square feet. That includes the counted and not counted space. To make the space useful for us, we basically need to take into account 3 factors: the FAR, which we've discussed, the deed restriction, which we discussed, and visual presentation from the rear. Focusing closely on FAR, we have a good-sized lot. It's a nice lot. It does have a slope, and because of this slope, it has reduced the calculation for what we can have. The modification that we're looking to do does not change the foundation. It does not require any roofline adjustments. In fact, it does not have any exterior adjustments other than placing windows and openings that already exist. The post square footage is mid-range relative to the neighboring properties. So basically, before this project, the house fit the lot, and now after this project, the house still fits the lot because it's the same size. The chart on page 5 of the staff report shows those numbers. It just changes what's inside and what's just covered patio. The visual presentation of the house from the rear was a concern originally. They didn't want it to be too heavy. Again, the only change to the home and how it's presented to the neighbors is the inclusion of the windows and the sliding glass doors. There's no change to the size, and all the windows and doors that we're going to use will match the style that we currently have. I spoke to all my neighbors regarding the project, and nobody came forward with any objections. I was willing to take any mitigation that was needed to make them happy, and I'm still willing to do that if anything comes up. And the deed restriction. The deed restriction states that we won't enclose the upper patio, which we call the 3 Seasons room, which you're looking at here. And we have no intention of doing that as far as the Spirit's concerned. This is some of the best space in our house. It's great for entertaining, it's great for playing, and I think we've done a really good job with it. But what we would need to do is a modest carve out from this level behind this wall that I'm about to point at. That space is not contiguous with the main body of the 3 Seasons room and is part of an area that's not really useful to us. If we carved that out and included it with the lower area, it would make that space more cohesive and add to the utility of the space. I hope the Planning Commission finds merit, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Creighton. Are there questions for the applicant? Commissioner Birch.
Do you have a set of the drawings with you?
I do.
Okay. A1.1. Can you maybe put that up? I'm having a hard time with this, what you're wanting to do with the covered upstairs area, understanding the wall and what you're wanting to do. So using that floor plan, can you maybe explain that a little better to us?
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, so this here is what? This is the upper patio, covered patio. And the area of the photo that I just showed you is here with the fire pit, We have a sofa along the back here, some seating around it. This is a staircase that goes up to the garage. This is a staircase that goes down to the lower patio. This is where we're going to put the hot tub. We don't have it yet. Still waiting. This sliver of space right here is not very beneficial as outdoor space. You can't play in it. Can't put any outdoor entertainment like a ping pong table or anything like that. Won't fit. So what we're suggesting is we need to enclose this window here, and that gets back to the deed restriction issue, to prevent water from flowing down these stairs during a heavy rain. And since that would be needed anyway, this space naturally becomes more useful as part of the downstairs patio instead of with the upstairs. That didn't explain it well enough.
Well, so essentially, all you're wanting to do is put a window in there?
On this
or
level-
are you wanting to add that wall next
On
to
this
the
level right here, we would like to put a window in here for water purposes.
Right.
And then there's a half wall, I think that's what this dotted line is about, there to prevent water from coming around this opening, which will stay open. And then this opening here stays open, and this space here stays open.
Okay.
The proposed floor plan is on A2.1.
Oh, so this is existing. So this might help you. Thank you, Jennifer. That was the before, and this is the after. So it's the same thing as before, except it states that there's a window here, and it states that there's a wall there. Oh, and then these doors divide the staircase.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was on the wrong slide for you guys.
And can I ask one more question? And then the downstairs, it looks like the pictures help a lot. So it looks like from these photos you gave us, as you said, these are existing openings already in the wall. You're going to put windows in to match the existing windows in the home. What's your intended use for that space?
That's a very good question. Originally, we just wanted to make this space useful at all because it's not connected to a family space. It's not connected to somewhere where we frequent a lot. So we need to do something to make it practical to be there. Our purpose has recently changed. I wasn't sure I wanted to share with everyone, but my wife and I are having a child in June, and thank you. And so that's still new news. My father's here. He knows this would be a bad way for him to find out. But I actually, Rick just found out. This might be new news to Rick. Yeah, we'll have a little one. His are all grown, so. And with that new news, it's our first child, and with that new news, this has potential uses as all kinds of, whether it's for watching the baby, a nanny's space, who knows what it'll turn into. But it might become more useful for us.
Other questions of the applicant? Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm having an understanding problem. It all sounds fine to me. But when you say by putting in that window, it's not going to help this mid-level, but it will help the lower level. I don't quite understand how it helps the lower level.
The window on the side?
Yeah.
I will show you. It's a little dark. These are two openings right here. Mm-hmm. And if you look on your plan, this left opening is above the staircase. So if water comes from a rain and goes in that window, it will go down the stairs and it'll end up in a big puddle at the bottom floor. So to make it watertight, we would have to obstruct
I got that part. So if all you're saying is that it will prevent the water from coming in and going downstairs, that's all you're saying. When you were talking about it's not going to help the floor that the window's on, but will help the bottom floor, you just mean it will prevent water from going
Right.
down it. Okay.
The half wall and the window are water prevention measures.
I got it. I thought.
And
there was
I believe they ended up including all that square footage in the report as though it had been enclosed. And whether you care if it's enclosed or not would be interesting information to me.
Other questions for Mr. Creighton? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We would now invite members of the public who would like to address us on this issue. We have one speaker card, Rick Van Heusen.
I'm Rick Van Heusen. I live at 156 Villa Avenue, which is the first house on the right past the library. And that makes us backdoor neighbors, if you will, or backyard neighbors with Devlin. So the first photo he showed you of the back of the house looking up the hill, that's from our backyard. As he mentioned, he, you know, throughout, in fact, through the construction of the house, not just with respect to this project, he's been a great neighbor in terms of not only informing us, but asking us for our views, any impacts it might have, collaborating with us to make sure that the impact of the construction was minimized, and you know, that he's a good neighbor, basically. And with respect to this project, we're very anxious to have it completed because it will take the room that's going to be, you know, have the window placed over it, and it'll transform it from what it now appears to be, which is just a gaping hole in the side of in the back of the house, and kind of conform it with the way the rest of the house looks. It's become a diminishing issue anyway because of the shielding, screening plants that he's put in, but I think it'll greatly improve the appearance of the house. And so he looks down on our backyard, actually down on our roof, and we look up at his house, and it'll improve the situation. So I'm supportive of it.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the speaker? If not, we don't have any other members of the public who identified themselves as interested in speaking on this issue. So we would give the applicant up to another 3 minutes to add any other additional comments.
I don't need 3 minutes. I just want to thank Rick for coming out so late, and all of you guys for staying so late as well. I know you even have more work to do after this.
Are there other questions of the applicant at this time? If not, we'll close the public portion of the public hearing, and I will turn to my fellow commissioners for comments, questions of staff, or a possible motion. Commissioner Smith.
Yes, I did find the discussion by the applicant compelling, and as a result of that, I would like to make a motion to approve architecture and site application S13073, located at 52 Oak Hill Way. And for my findings, for my motion, as required by Section 15301 of the State Environmental Guidelines, that the project is categorically exempt, as required by Section 2940075 of the Town Code, that we grant approval to exceed the maximum FAR, and is required by the residential design guidelines, that the project complies with the residential design guidelines. And that's the end of my motion.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Smith. Do we have a second? Commissioner O'Donnell seconds. We have a motion in front of the commission. Are there further discussion?
One more clarification, that included the considerations for architecture and site approval. I might have missed that. Thanks.
I believe that was the intention of the motion, maker of the motion. Commissioner Bourgeois.
I would just like to add that, you know, when this originally came before us, I think it was 3, maybe 4 hearings. I mean, we struggled. This was a very challenging lot, and you know, with direct impact to the downslope neighbors, it was very challenging. And when I first saw this application, I was very hesitant to start messing with the deed restriction because this was a long process to get to this point of an approved plan. But I did find the evidence and the rationale about what's being proposed as very reasonable and compelling, so I will be supporting the motion.
Other comments on the motion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Are there appeal rights, Mr. Paulson?
There are appeal rights. Anyone that's not satisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission can appeal the decision to the Town Council. The forms are available in the Town Clerk's office. The appeal must be filed within 10 days, and there is a fee for filing the appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. Before we move to agenda item number 7, the chair is going to take the prerogative to insert an item because my sense is we will be losing some commissioners. We may be losing them mentally because it's late at night, but there's also, I believe there are some who will recuse themselves on the next issue. Before we do that, I would like for us to recognize the town attorney, Judith Propp, who this is her last meeting as the town attorney for the Planning Commission, as her tenure as town attorney will be ending at the end of this month. And we have depended greatly upon her for her wise counsel and advice and her good humor. And those of us who served as chair with her sitting to our right, an occasional nudge like, oh, that was the wrong date that you used or the wrong whatever it was, or a note slipped that enabled each of us to be, at least to have the appearance that we were competent as chairs. So we would like to thank you publicly for your service to the Planning Commission.
It's very late. We still have an applicant that wants to be here, so I'll be very brief. I'm humbled by the comments. Thank you very much for taking up this matter at my last meeting before the Planning Commission. It's really, truly been a privilege to work with all of you and to serve the town, as the theme of the evening is how late and how hard you work and how much you care about the community is really inspiring to me to have been able to assist you when appropriate, and I've really enjoyed the process and am sorry that we're coming to an end, and an end to Commissioner Bourgeois' extensive and great service to the town as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Propp. The next item on our agenda is a public hearing considering conditional use permit application U-13-021, requesting approval of a Formula Retail Apparel store, Blue Illusion, in a commercial space that was previously occupied by a Formula Retail Apparel store, Chico's, at 50 University Avenue, Suite D200 in the Old Town Center on property which is zoned C2 LHP PD. May I have a show of hands from commissioners who visit the property and are familiar with it that's under consideration? Are there disclosures by any commissioners for this item? Commissioner Sayoc.
Unfortunately, I will have to recuse myself. I live within 500 feet of the application.
Thank you very much. Commissioner O'Donnell.
For the same reason, I have to recuse myself.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith.
For the same reason, I have to recuse myself.
We will let the... Are there any further disclosures? Hopefully not. So we will let our colleagues go home. We'll try not to be still broadcasting live when you arrive at home. Mr. Paulson. We still have, let the record show, we still have a quorum of the commission present. So, Mr. Paulson, may we have a brief staff report?
Staff does not have anything to add to the information that's presented in the report.
Thank you. Are there questions of the staff at this time? No. Now, we will now open the public portion of the public hearing, give the applicant an opportunity to address the commission for up to 5 minutes. We'll ask you to introduce yourself with your name and address.
Yes, my name is Cleve Brakefield. I'm with William Duff Architects, representing Blue Illusion. I live in San Francisco at 42 Mars Street. Maybe the time of the day where I probably need visuals, but I really don't have any visuals to prepare for you at this time. I think the application is pretty clear. It's tenant improvements of roughly 1,500 square feet in the existing Chico's space. No proposed changes to the exterior of the store. There'll be a Blue Illusion sign in the front that'll conform to whatever signage requirements are of the city in the center. So beyond that, I don't really have anything to sort of present to you, but certainly, of course, I'm here available if you have any questions of me.
Thank you, Mr. Brakefield. Are there questions for Mr. Brakefield? Commissioner Telesfor.
Yeah, very quickly, I noticed that Blue Illusion this will be the second store in the state? Is
Yes.
that correct? And where's this first one again? I've forgotten.
First one is Santana Row.
Oh, that's
And
right.
then there's 2 others planned. So at the end of this U.S. expansion, there'll be a total of 4.
Okay,
Carmel will be the other one, and then Menlo Park. So
I see. Okay, and just for my own, can you describe, this is basically a women's clothing?
yeah, and I'll do my best to use their language because I think it's safest when I use their language. That it's a women's apparel concept, women's and accessories for the target market for a 40-plus-year-old woman. So I think it's similar to the Chico's demographic, from what I understand of Chico's.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you very much.
Hope I answered that well.
You did. Thank
Okay.
you.
Are there other questions for the applicant? If not, we thank you very much. It doesn't appear that we have a significant number of people, the public, who would like to address us on this issue. So we will close the public portion of the public hearing and turn to my fellow commissioners for comment. Any questions of clarification to staff or a potential motion? Commissioner Telesfor.
I'll go ahead and make a motion. The only comment I would like to make is that I know this is a difficult application for Commissioner Bourgeois to uphold. However, I do appreciate the fact that this is only the second store. I feel that's pretty special for us, and I think your market it'll do well here. And the only reason I mentioned Commissioner Bourgeois is that, and this is more focused, I guess, to the world out there, if anyone's listening, we would love to entertain men's apparel in the Old Town Shopping Center, anywhere, if anybody's out there, okay? Anyway, so with that, I'd like to approve conditional use permit application U13021, 50 University Avenue, Suite D200. I can make I better find them. The findings that the project is categorically exempt pursuant to Section 15301 of the State Environmental Guidelines as adopted by the town. And I can make the required findings for approval of a conditional use permit as required by Section 2920-190 of the Town Code for granting a conditional use permit. I can also make the required findings for the redevelopment plan for the Central Los Gatos redevelopment project area, that this proposed project is consistent with the redevelopment plan for the Central Los Gatos redevelopment project area. And the fact that it is only the second store in California, I think weighs heavily on that decision.
We have a motion from Commissioner Telesfor to approve the conditional use permit under consideration. Commissioner Birch. Second, Commissioner Bourgeois.
I think I've made my views on Formula Retail at Old Town abundantly clear in previous meetings, but Town Council has also made their opinion on it abundantly clear, and for that reason, I feel like I have direction from Council and will be supporting the motion.
Other comments? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Are there appeal rights, Mr.?
There are appeal rights. Anyone that's not satisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission can appeal the decision to the Town Council. Forms are available in the Town Clerk's office. The appeal must be filed within 10 days, and there is a fee for filing the appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. Thank you for being patient. Do we have a report from the Director of Community Development?
Yeah, since we last met, the DRC has taken action on 3 items. In November, they approved or recommended approval of a parking lot improvement building permit. On November 26th, they approved construction of an addition.
The parking lot improvement app.
Building
you
permits
clarify
are
where
required
it
to
is?
go. Building permits are required to go through DRC. It's at 16735 Lark Avenue. It is the church on the corner of Lark and Oka. So building permits are required when they're not doing more than just restriping the existing. If they're doing any slurry or any other changes, then the building permit comes before the DRC for a recommendation.
I just wanted to know where it was.
Sure. The second was 15941 Quail Hill Road. It was an architecture and site application to approve an addition exceeding 800 square feet for a property in the Hillside Residential, which by the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines is required to be, can be approved by the DRC. And then yesterday, they approved a grading permit at 16100 Greenridge Terrace for clearance of existing unpaved roadways on a vacant site on Greenridge Terrace. The council has also met twice. On December 2nd, they approved the Naples style CUP that was before the Planning Commission, who made a recommendation, but they made some modifications to the conditions, and they also did not approve the tasting area that the applicant was requesting. They approved the conditional use permit for Palacio for the outdoor seating that was also reviewed by the Planning Commission, and they denied the tree appeal for the tree removal permit at 36 Peralta. And then on Monday night, they conducted interviews for the 2 Planning Commission vacancies and other boards and commissions, and on Monday the 16th, they will be announcing who they'll be appointing to those various boards and commissions. That concludes the report.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. Other matters of the commission? If not, we stand adjourned.